All right, I'd like to call the Saline City Council budget work meeting to order at 6:34 p.m. 35. What did I say? 6:34? 5:34. Excuse me. Members present are Council Members Kamara Sulak, CO, Del Orco, Gearbaugh, Rice, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, and Mayor Morrow. From city staff, we have the city manager, the city clerk, and city treasurer. I don't believe Ms. Getzman is going to be here this evening. Is that correct? Yeah. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted unless there are amendments.
Moved as submitted.
Moved by CO to approve as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kamara Sulak. All those in favor of approving the agenda as submitted signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. There are no absences, so we'll proceed to public comments. Under the Open Meetings Act, any citizen may come forward at this time, make comment or question the City Council. This public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. There are no audience members this evening, or at least not at this juncture. Clerk Royal, did we receive any written comments in advance of tonight's work meeting in which the individual wanted their remarks read at this time? Easy enough. Then we transition to the one and only discussion item, which is the proposed 2024 budget and municipal millage rate. City Manager O'Toole, would you like to kick it off? And again, for the public's edification, this is a follow-up discussion to a rather protracted work meeting we had, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago now.
So what we'll do is we'll kick it off with a quick presentation by Treasurer Cole. Then we'll circle back to those items that we did not get to at our last work session. And then Treasurer Cole and I will cover the differences between what you saw of the general fund at that last session and today. Treasurer Cole?
Great, thank you so much, City Manager O'Toole. I first wanted to just kind of regroup and go back over really what a budget means, what a budget is. In total, our general fund budget right now is proposed at $18.8 million with a total budget of $48.4 million. The proposed city millage will be 18.1660, and that does include 1 full millage for fire. So with a budget, these are the requirements that we have. It must be balanced. So legally, we cannot present to you a budget that's not balanced, and it is required to be adopted prior to the next fiscal year for having the budget be balanced. It must be approved by council. So the budget, the preparation and approval, while it's an administrative duty, it has to be approved and adopted by the council. It must be monitored. So it is legally our responsibility to make sure that we do not spend more than we have appropriated for the year. It provides a spending limit. So while the budget is a good guideline on what to spend, and we're always hoping to make it in a little bit less than that, it is the limit actually to what we can spend. It is a plan and a policy document. So when we are approving things through the budget process, we're not actually approving the projects or the amounts that are submitted as proposed. They actually still need to come to council for approval through our policy. And then I really wanted to talk about what a budget is not, and these kind of, reflect kind of the things of what a budget is as well. But it's not an approval to spend money. So management spending is not approved in the budget. All expenditures must follow our purchasing guidelines to be approved. So what that means to you is that if there's a project or a purchase of equipment that you see in the budget, and it's approved in the budget, and it's over the $15,000 threshold that the city manager can approve, it must come to council still to get that approval to go forward. It is not a static document. So as we all know and have seen, especially with capital expenditures with our projects, a couple of years ago, what we expected the cost of a project to be certainly has increased by 40% in some cases. So it's a living document. Things change every day here, and it's something that we continuously update. It's not a cash flow statement. So as things are being approved through the budgeting process, whether it's through this process or through an amendment, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have the cash available to pay for those things. So that's why it goes through the approval process that it does, so that I can ensure that not only is the expenditure reasonable and appropriate, but also that we have the cash to pay for it. Lastly, it's not a guarantee of revenue. So we project our revenues. That doesn't mean that all of the items we're projecting are necessarily going to come in as expected or the amounts that we're expecting.
All right, so now that we kind of covered that, I just want to circle back to the topics that we did miss at our work session. Specifically, we did not get to the EDC, LDFA, TIFA, or other general funds, which include our fire funds. So EDC is really the big one. EDC functions as a pass-through entity. It doesn't really generate any revenue of its own or doesn't have a dedicated funding source other than the revenues that it generates from the farmer's market and the general fund and TIFA contributions. What we've seen over the last couple of years especially is that with operating a winter farmer's market and the increased contribution to Saline Main Street, EDC has taken on a much larger portion of cost than it has historically on average. And really what we're seeing moving forward with our general fund is that level of general fund contribution isn't necessarily sustainable. So we do propose some changes for FY24 to that contribution level, specifically to work towards a more cost-balanced farmers market operation, which may include either securing additional donations, which would be the responsibility of the market manager and the EDC if they wanted to generate those funds, or simply rolling back and only hosting a summer instead of a summer and a winter's market, because it is, by and large, the winter's market that produces the greatest cost disparity. We're also proposing, and you'll all see, I apologize I didn't print it out, but I do have the final report for the Saline Main Street work group to share. One of the recommendations from that group is, at least for FY24, rolling back that contribution level so that we can help balance the general fund by reducing its contribution to EDC. As for LDFA and TIFA, those largely just pass-through opportunities, again, for capital projects that we do. LDFA 1 is still mostly made up of repayment for debt issuance, but LDFA 2 will be making a large contribution to the East Belt project this year. The other area that we did not get to at our last conversation was just other general funds. I think the biggest from this is probably the fire funds. As we know, Council has previously approved the SAFD budget, and Council's contribution level is really set at that point. So there's not much change there in terms of what you originally saw from approving the SAFD budget to what you will see in the FY24 budget packet, except that we do, because of increasing contribution expectations, have to levy that full voter-approved 1 mil. And even with that voter-approved 1 mil, there's still going to be a significant contribution from the city's general fund to bridge the gap between what the 1 mil is capable of generating and the total obligation. So I will pause there and just quickly check if there's any questions on EDC, TIFA, LDFA, or fire, and then we can roll into the differences between the general fund that you saw originally and now.
Thank you, City Manager O'Toole. Let me make 2 comments, and then I'll open it up for questions if there are any from the dais regarding EDC, TIFA, LDFA, or fire. I support the staff recommendation to generate additional cost savings to our general fund by no longer providing the necessary revenue to administer a winter's farmer market. That being said, I have been in touch with our market manager. In fact, she and I were just emailing today, and I have offered my assistance to help raise the necessary funds through private donations or corporate sponsorships to see if we can maintain the winter's farmers market in the waning months of 2023 and 2024. So I'm hopeful, cautiously optimistic that can be done, and hopefully it can be done in such a manner that doesn't force the city to incur additional costs.
Yes,
and
and
during a very lean budget time.
Yes, with that goal in mind too, I think what EDC is meeting next week on Monday, what they'll see is a contract extension with the market manager to just go through the summer market so that we can kind of reevaluate towards the end of the summer market whether a winter's market will be feasible at that point.
Correct. So basically what I'm going to be looking for over the next maybe 2 to 3 months is to see if we can get the financial commitments from individuals and organizations to subsidize or cover the cost of a winter's farmer's market. If not, we may need to forego it this year, but my hunch is that there's some individuals and groups in the community who are willing to support that and see value in maintaining a market during the winter months. As it relates to the fire department, I know we've talked about this in the past, but it is my opinion, this may or may not be shared by my colleagues, but the current governing structure and funding model for the Saline Area Fire Department is not sustainable. And so most of you are aware, and the community should be aware, that the fire department is beginning to evaluate what the future of that agency looks like. And if in fact the consensus is to maintain the department in its current configuration, consisting of the city of Saline, half of York Township, all of Lodi, and all of Saline Townships, I'm hoping that that group can transition and become an independent, autonomous entity where it's not relying on contributions from our general fund or the special assessment to cover at least the city of Saline's portions of their costs. So again, there'll be more to share on that front in the years and months ahead, but I just want to state for the record, I feel like the fire department certainly provides great value to the community. That is an essential, critical service, but the way it is structured currently is not sustainable, and there are a variety of different options being looked at, and I'm confident that we will find we will come to a consensus in terms of what is best to maintain that agency moving forward so it can effectively meet the needs of our residents in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So with that, I'll open up for questions. I believe last meeting I started to my right, so I'll start to my left. Let me begin with Councilmember Rice, and I'll end with Councilmember Kamara-Sulak. Councilmember Rice, I'll give you 5 minutes. Do you have any questions for city staff pertaining to EDC, TIFA, LDFA, or the fire department?
No questions at this current time, but I do want to also put in my opinion in support of helping the farmers market potentially raise sponsorships for the winter, but perhaps not supporting financially the farmers market this winter. I also will say that I appreciate the small Saline Main Street working group and what we were able to accomplish in our goals in working together, both through the EDC and through Saline Main Street to figure out how to fund them appropriate this year and also work together going forward to accomplish both of our goals. That's all I have for the moment.
Very good. Councilmember Delorco, any questions?
Just two simple questions, really. So, City Manager O'Toole, that the options around I just want to make sure I understand, around the farmers market was to either make cuts to what we contribute from the general fund to overall operations or simply nix the winter market.
Yeah, so when you look at the breakdown of the operations with the summer market and the winter market, really, it's night and day. The summer market is real close to break even in terms of its operation. Historically, some years it has. Other years, it's within $1,000 to $2,000. So I would say a sustainable enough difference. When you look at the operation of the winter's market, much less foot traffic, much less interest from vendors, harder to get reoccurring vendors. And this year, what EDC is projecting is, I believe, about a $12,000 deficit in terms of,
wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's a significant, yeah.
Okay.
Because you're paying the cost of staff. We had to pay this year for use of a facility to host it. You're paying for advertising and marketing materials. It really does add up quite quickly in terms of trying to operate that facility, and it's not even close to breaking even.
If I may, too, the market manager is also looking at alternative locations. So it's not just trying to infuse the event with additional revenue. It's also trying to save on cost by finding
lease space,
by finding an alternative location, if feasible, that would still be accessible to the broader community and either be free or at a much more nominal cost than what is charged to the market by leasing space at Liberty School.
Okay. On that front, I agree with both my colleagues. I think the way forward there would be to leave the day-to-day operations of the summer market intact, particularly with what you just mentioned, that it's pretty close to breaking even, and look at other ways to fund the winter session. With respect to, I'm blanking on the other issue that was mentioned.
It's either Main Street, EDC,
Main Street,
LDFA, or fire.
Sorry.
Yep.
When you said roll back general fund contributions to Saline Main Street, do you mean reset it to what it was prior to when we just raised it a couple years ago?
Yeah, so if you recall, I believe it was 2 years ago, so starting in FY '22, so FY '22 and '23, we've been at 56,000, and previously we were at 30,000.
That's what my memory was, yeah, so.
Or 31,000, 30 or 31. So what we're actually proposing is slightly more than what it was in FY '21. So a 30,000 operating contribution, but still the 5,000 TIFA contribution to beautification. So 35,000 total.
Right, okay. And you said there'll be some forthcoming information about recommendation from the working group?
Yes, I apologize. I didn't print it off for the work meeting, because I was planning to give it to you guys at the regular meeting, but we have the final report, the outcome report.
Okay, yeah, that seems reasonable to me as well, so I don't have any additional questions.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Gearbaugh, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just a couple things. You mentioned 12,000. Is that actually the shortfall
For EDC,
for the farmers market?
12,004.
And that includes the fee increases that we're proposing in the next meeting?
That does not include the fee increases. So that is based on the calculations of revenue generation at last year's fee rate.
Okay.
But it won't make that much of a difference.
No, and that was one of my concerns, was I was looking at those fees as, I do want to support the farmers market from the perspective of providing additional food availabilities and those type of things for the citizens. When we start getting into crafting and all those other little things, that's subsidizing a business that isn't really or never was, from my perspective, when we first started this out, the priorities of this farmers market. So even that fee structure could be reconsidered in terms of, subsidizing food versus subsidizing that other thing. So I believe those are things that we need to look at in terms of that. But I'm fine with going through this end of this September for the farmers market or whatever we do with it. The other issue is it's a disappointment that the schools continue to charge rent and everything then when this is trying to support the community, especially in terms of food necessity and food access. So again, those are things that I brought up previously in concerns. The other issue you had mentioned about Main Street, as you'd said, I think that is a reasonable assumption, is to take us back to pre-pandemic support. The reason why we increased the support was to adjust for the idea of startup and coming back from the pandemic. It's been 3 years now, and I believe it, that support has been used. And understanding that there may be some payments and things that have been made to Main Street because there may have been confusion related to the contract. There may be some other aspects to that, which I believe making this adjustment at this time is appropriate. The other question I had was regarding EDC. I'll pass. I can't remember what was there.
We'll have another round of questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got it?
Fire department. I agree. I think the fire department, we have a big problem coming up. Years of not projecting and looking forward to the future has caused us a significant problem with how that's going to be funded going forward. So whatever we can do in terms of making sure that it can continue to provide for our community the safety and security that our community deserves, the city of Saline especially, needs to be addressed quickly and soon. So hopefully we'll have something within the next 6 months. So that's my point on that.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think Mr. Giro may have hit upon quite a few of my comments. As to the farmers market, with the winter market, I do know, as Mr. Gearbaugh indicated, that a huge cost part of that is the schools paying for the building and paying for a building official to be there. If there's possibly any opportunity to partner with them because it is for a farmer's market and the betterment of our entire community, I think that would be something to look at. But beyond that, I mean, at some point, we're going to have to kind of cut back. We have to be realistic about where we are with this budget and the numbers we're at. And it's nothing personal to any group, any category, anything like that. But, I mean, at some point, we just have to have a hard look at everything. I will say that I absolutely concur with what Mr. Gearbaugh is saying, that I do feel as though with our farmers market, we are getting away from the notion of food and getting more into crafts and just miscellaneous items, art, things like that. And if that is an avenue that we are going to pursue, I think it should be treated differently, have a different fee structure than what we're charging farmers to be there, just because it is taking away. And I do want to just make a note that in the presentation from the farmers market, they noted what other communities surrounding us contribute. And by way of example, I believe it's Ann Arbor that only contributes $2,000 a year to their farmers market. So we are not, out of line in reevaluating where we are with that. As far as the fire department is concerned, yeah, we definitely need to take a hardcore look at what's happening there, and there needs to be some restructuring from that side. But I think that this body also needs to provide some guidance as to what the city wants from that. I don't want it to be led, that conversation needs to work both ways. So I'm anxiously awaiting that conversation for us. As for Main Street, my concern with that is understanding if we go back to, the pre-pandemic contribution, and then we've got another 5,000 of TIFA. What is the value that we're putting on our in-kind service? And do we cap that to understand? Because I know that's where we're running into, we saw that when we were doing special events, that's where we're incurring a tremendous amount of cost on our side of it. So I want to make sure that we're calculating that into it. Obviously, it's not going to be necessarily a hard line item, but that we understand how that number meshes in, because it is significant in and of itself.
Yes, and the contract actually historically always referenced in-kind services in a not-to-exceed amount of $20,000. I just don't think that it was effectively tracked in the past. We have new formulas for monitoring, what those costs are and what will be associated with them. And you all will actually see that in the line items that we have created for OT community events, as well as in the reporting out that we do following those events.
Okay, so then theoretically, they would still be at a $55,000, contribution.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what we approved in special event waivers. I'm sure we could look it up real quick, but yes, that the total cost of the city's contribution would be that in-kind waiver plus the cash contribution.
Right. And there are things, I just wanted to sort of just clarify, sort of going off in the weeds for a quick second. Things like the flowers that were done downtown, that was a city contribution, I believe, that's where our TIFA dollars were used to do that. There were talks that was not going to happen again, that the flower program was not going to happen. So who decides how those TIFA dollars are spent? Do they just go into a big pool? Does the city decide that was beautification and it goes toward
the contract? We're working on updated contract language. The contract will specifically state that $5,000 is for the bee blooming beautification project. So for some reason in the future, they no longer continue that, there would be no funds from TIFA.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me follow up on one comment that Mayor Pro Tem Dillon made, and City Manager, I think you may have had conversations with your counterparts at Saline area schools. I did speak to Superintendent Lodge directly about the farmers market at Liberty School and the rate that is charged to the market to conduct a winter session in that building. And it sounded like, and I'm not saying this in a pejorative way, it sounded like that was sort of a hard and fast policy of Saline area schools, that the fee was calculated based on the fact that by policy, they have to have an employee there supervising during that period. So I didn't get the sense that there was a willingness or an ability to make a change there, short of significantly altering their existing policy.
Yeah, the takeaway I have is the market would need to find a new location if it wants to save on those costs.
Right. And I had also communicated him with respect. I said, if that's the case, I think the market is going to start to look at alternative locations during the winter months. So school officials have been made aware that there's a potential change forthcoming. Mr. Seo, do you have questions for the city manager or city treasurer?
No, I don't. Just a statement that I'm in agreement with all the remarks of my colleagues, that I think that the winter market can be sacrificed for the sake of saving money. If we can save it in some way, either through donations that the mayor talked about or some other means, then fine. But as Ms. Dillon said, we've reached a point now where we have to start looking at everything. And that's one of the important things that I think we can look at right there, is that the winter market, I don't think, either generates the interest or the sales that Sonoma market does. And I don't really know that it fulfills the same kind of a need in the community. Insofar as fire department, I agree again with my colleagues that we have to start looking at a different way to run the place. The structure that we have now is sort of at nines and tens. Whether individual entities ever okay the agreement put forth is, it's not enforceable, and what happens if they don't? We don't know. It goes off into oblivion somewhere. So I think we need a more solid footing for something that's that essential to the community, so that those folks know where their budget's going to come from and can count on it year in and year out. Not that they can't count on the individual entities to provide the money that they need, but I think there's probably a sounder way to do that and to go about it. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Seal. Councilmember Kamir Sulek, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief as well. I agree with the farmer's market. I frequent both the indoor and the outdoor and notice that there's less food and more crafts during the indoor. Obviously, a lot of fruits and vegetables are out of season. There's definitely a lot more energy, and it's kind of a centerpiece on Saturdays outside. That's a lot of money for us to spend. So I concur. The Saline Main Street fee adjustment, we've been through that. I think that's straightforward. And then the fire department, yeah, we have to figure out how to do it differently and reanalyze the financing, and so that there's more accountability on their end. So that's all pretty straightforward. Thank you.
In light of comments made by Councilmember Gearbaugh, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, and now by Councilmember Kamir Sulek, City Manager, this is a question for the City Manager. Would it make sense, referring to our regular meeting agenda, to strike item 23-114, the fee book update from the farmer's market, from the consent agenda, to give you time to evaluate with staff and engage with our farmer's market manager to see if there is the possibility of developing a new fee structure? Again, in light of the comments that were made, that the genesis for creating the farmer's market more than 20 years ago was to provide a forum and outlet for our residents to get fresh food, produce from local farmers. I think it's nice that during the dog days of winter, when there's not a lot of those items available, that there are crafts and artisans that are at the farmer's market. But again, that wasn't the primary genesis for creating this event 2 decades past. And so if there's a way to generate some additional revenue by charging them a different rate, I don't know that there is, but I wonder if it ought to be evaluated further.
So I agree, we should evaluate that. What I will say, though, is materials have already gone out because most of the vendors have been noticed for the summer's market already with the new rates. Admittedly, our market manager did not follow our standard protocol for increasing those rates. The decision was made in a bit of a vacuum, much to my dismay. So unfortunately, we're kind of working backwards. But to your point, I would still advise that we update the fees at this meeting and then evaluate whether a separate increase or separate designation should be identified for non-food vendors.
And also, maybe we have time that, first of all, we don't know yet if we'll be able to preserve the winter's farmers.
Correct.
So obviously.
Certainly time to do.
It becomes more of a genesis to enact a separate fee schedule if in fact we're able to keep the winter's farmers market for the waning months of 2023 and 2024. So unless there's objection from the dais, obviously we'll consider that motion when we get to the consent portion of our regular meeting agenda. But unless I hear something contrary from the dais, we will empower staff, specifically the city manager, to work with the necessary stakeholders to evaluate a separate fee schedule for the farmers market moving forward. Very good. Would you like to continue your presentation?
Yes, so now I'd like to change gears a little bit and talk more broadly about the changes that you will have seen from the April 10th work session that we hosted and today. I'll hit the easy ones first. I mean, generally speaking, very few changes in the other funds. The four major funds, water, no significant changes from what we produced to one to next, minor modifications based on actual information that we received. Sewer, the only significant change of note would have been the annual contribution amount to the equipment reserve fund. And then rec, we've been adjusting revenues based on current actual projections. So there were some updates on that front. The bigger changes are certainly all housed in the general fund. As you know, we have an obligation to ultimately present to you a balanced budget, and the original draft was certainly not. There was a big gap to make up there. To the points that Treasurer Cole made earlier, this general fund budget that we're presenting is a plan. Nothing laid out in this plan obligates you to any specific course of action. That all comes with, future contracts or decisions of council on those specific activities. But certainly this is a plan, and the plan that's presented today would balance the general fund budget. And that does include that at some point during the first quarter of what will then be 2024, calendar year 2024, elimination of dispatch services. It includes what we've already discussed, rolling back the contribution to EDC and thus Main Street and the farmers market. It also includes that at some point during FY24, the city considers the adoption of downtown paid parking, largely as a means to generate the revenue to sustain what we already invest in operating parking downtown, those facilities and maintenance of those assets. Those are really the big takeaways from the general fund budget. Treasurer Cole, I don't know if there's anything specific you'd like to add to those comments.
Are there also, if I may, are there also some cost savings that are going to be generated specifically in the assessor's department?
Correct, yes, there is a cost saving to the assessor's department. I shared previously, our current city assessor will be retiring, and we had kind of backloaded that deputy assessor position, created it in anticipation of that occurring either this fiscal year or the next. So instead of creating a new part-time position to fill what was previously a part-time position, we'll just move him up to a full-time position as the assessor and invest in a new software solution that will help us do the mapping that we need for different parcels.
Very good. Let me make one comment before I yield the floor to City Treasurer Cole, because I know there'll be some people, I know there are people who are watching this live or maybe watching this meeting after the fact, or certainly will be reading about this budget work meeting in the days or weeks ahead. So the city manager just articulated some assumptions upon which this budget is balanced, specifically downtown parking and consolidation of dispatch. Just want to be clear that if those assumptions don't come to fruition, then council and staff will have to make additional modifications and amendments to the budget to ensure that it is balanced.
Absolutely. Ultimately, we have to present a balanced budget. We have an obligation, Treasurer Cole and I, to present all to you a budget that also gets us back on track with ensuring that our fund balance, our unrestricted fund balance, is above 15%. Between this year, next year, and the subsequent, we believe we have a solid 3-year plan to do that, but the equation changes dramatically if certain things do not happen.
Very good. And I think City Treasurer Cole was quite eloquent in her opening statement, but I think it bears repeating, which is this budget, and it was true of every previous budget, and it will be true of every future budget, is a living, breathing organism. And as such, it requires amendments, modifications, and tweaks throughout the year. That is something that we've done historically, and that's what we will continue to do as events and circumstances arise to ensure that we are appropriately managing municipal finances, which are ultimately the hard-earned dollars of our businesses and residents. Please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Morrow. I wanted to last talk about a line item that you'll find that's labeled as a description, other financing sources. In the general fund, that's $940,000. That represents a need that we are hoping to meet by issuing some long-term bonds. That general fund portion is just a small portion of the total that we will be needing to go out to for this year to kind of fulfill our obligations that we have with ongoing projects that are already started and are, in some cases, close to wrapping up that we have a need for. With that being said, the debt that we issued back in 2021, I do have a worksheet of the items that were supposed to be used for that bond, and that just happened to coincide right when all of the capital construction costs just inflated 20, 30, 40%. So many of the jobs that were kind of partitioned out for that bond to be spent on actually came in sometimes double or a little less than double of what we had projected. So it just wasn't enough money to finish those projects. So that leaves us with a need, and quite a substantial need. So I didn't know if you wanted me to go through the items that we needed now, or just kind of talk in general about them now?
I guess I think that's probably a sufficient groundwork to say within the next month, 4 to 6 weeks, you will see a more comprehensive request for debt issuance that covers that gap financing that we've seen between basically the cost estimates from 2020 when we went out for the debt issue that we ultimately got in 21, and today for the projects that are underway, as well as the projects we've identified as high needs within the capital project.
Very good. One more question. I know the answer to this, but I think it bears confirming to our constituents and property owners. I've had several constituents over the past month inquire about the budget, how it's balanced, and many have stated, well, you're getting additional revenue from potential land sales, and obviously the city has renewed its focus on being really aggressive in obtaining state and federal resources to pay for vital services. That being said, that is not the approach that we follow. We don't balance budgets based on projected revenue or dollars that may theoretically may be brought into the city coffers over the next 12 months.
Absolutely, and I would also add to that, we would certainly never rely on one-time dollars to fund long-term operational needs. When it's a one-for-one, we have a project and we have dollars, like in the case of a grant, that's great. It's an open and closed project. But for some of the changes, really all of the changes that you're seeing as a cost-saving measure or a cost-balancing measure are operational in nature.
Thank you for that. Let me, Colleen or City Manager O'Toole, Treasurer Cole, any additional comments?
No.
No? Then let's do a second round of questions. Again, I'll start to my left and then to my right. Councilmember Rice, you have 5 minutes if you'd like them.
Thank you. So for the public's knowledge, when we talk about the assumptions that we're making about, well, I'll just start with the first one, about eliminating dispatch. When do you expect to have a proposal before council, and when are we going to have further discussions about that?
So the city staff is currently working with our liaisons at Metro Dispatch to finalize a scope of services. That's really the last piece of the puzzle before we will have a formal contract, because they need to know how Saline handles things or wants to handle things differently, what services we want to continue to offer, what will be Metro's responsibility, what will be a staff responsibility internally. That's really what that scope of services will do. They have a great template that they provided us. They obviously just went through this recently with Mylan, and during that process, very intelligently, they thought, let's document everything we're doing. So they have a beautiful template for us to work through, and that's really kind of periodically what we're meeting to go through now.
And then same type of question for downtown paid parking now. I was privy to conversations that we've had as our small group between city council and Saline Main Street. Do you intend to have some sort of a proposal to put in front of council regarding that as well?
Yes, so internally, Treasurer Cole has actually been leading the charge, but it's been Treasurer Cole, myself, Purchasing Manager Ritchie, Community Development Director Harrington, Director Searles, and Chief Radzik, all discussing. We have 3 proposals right now. We're going back to those companies, asking them for a little bit more information, some questions around things that, based on feedback we had from that stakeholder group, we may want to do differently here. And then once we have that prepared, we'll present to council a recommendation.
And just to reiterate your point, and maybe add on to it a bit, the investigation into downtown paid parking is simply to pay for nice parking lots, to pay for organized traffic flow in and out of parking lots, like the maintenance of the parking lots, things like that. We're not actually trying to increase the city's revenue by forcing people to pay for parking, correct?
Correct. Well, there's 2 big problems we're really trying to solve. One is from the business community. We hear there are too many people who work downtown who are taking up spots, and it's actually making it difficult for people who want to visit our downtown to find space here. And 2, right now, the residents of Saline are paying for parking. They're just not paying at a kiosk. They're paying their taxes, and we're diverting tax dollars to striping those parking lots, resurfacing those parking lots, maintaining the landscaping, maintaining the signage, maintaining the downtown beautification effort. I mean, you name it. This is an opportunity for the users of that system to be the payers of that system, rather than making it a regressive tax on our community.
I thank you for that first point that you made as well, is that this is to solve some of the problems that we have with parking, not to create more problems for the community and for people coming into town to shop and eat and work and play.
Yes, and I will say one of the very pointed questions we have presented to each of the 3 companies we're looking at is really how do we, what's the minimum we have to charge to meet that goal? We are not looking at this as other communities have like paid downtown parking and they use it as a revenue generation for X. That's not what we're trying to accomplish with this.
I appreciate that sentiment. Thank you very much. And so the assessor's department, the retirement, so I believe I understood your memo on this earlier, and what you just said correctly. So we are, that person is retiring and we are just bumping someone else up into a full-time position, and that is going to save us in salary?
Correct. So originally, we had a part-time assessor and a part-time appraiser, and then we brought on a full-time deputy assessor because we knew that the assessor would be retiring soon. That individual has all the certifications and experience running a community of equal size and roughly equal tax base. So to kind of win that talent over, we created a full-time position where there wasn't one previously on a short-term basis. So we just won't be backfilling that position because it was really created simply to serve the needs of succession planning.
But we're not making one person do the job of 1.5 people?
No, no.
great.
And it was really at his direction that we've decided to invest in the software that he feels would be sufficient to help him do that work.
Great. Okay, appreciate that. That's all I have. Thanks.
Perfect. That was exactly 5 minutes. Councilmember Del Orco, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Thank you, Mayor. Because I was absent at the last work meeting on this, I had the opportunity to meet with Treasurer Cole and City Manager O'Toole independently, and I spent about 30, 40 minutes with them getting a lot of my questions around the budget answered. So I really feel like I have a strong footing on this now, so I don't have anything further.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very good. Appreciate that you took time to meet with the city manager and city treasurer subsequent to our last work meeting. Councilmember Gearbaugh, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I guess mine is more a statement than kind of questions on this. I understand, we're talking about raising revenue through parking and through the dispatch and so forth by doing those motions. As the mayor has said, if we don't do those, we are going to have a significant problem. We need to move forward. And as you've stated in your document tonight, we cannot adopt a budget that has those included as the way we're going to have a budget without running in conflict of what state laws and requirements are. So it's important that this council makes that decision and moves forward with those changes. I still want to make a concern that I think is going to be there and is continuing to go is the rec center. Despite whatever we're doing, it still will have a continued problem going forward into next year and into the years following that. even if we do reduce some of the debt service, that debt service is just going to be reissued to support the operations of the rec center. That problem cannot continue on without costing us issues. We can't seem to update our things in the park. We're now issuing additional new debt that we couldn't spend because of other expenses. So there's things that are just being lost cost or lost opportunities because of the continued support that has to go into the rec center. 1,400 memberships compared to 2,000 prior to the pandemic is a big problem, and that has not changed. I just don't know what we're going to do with that. And the idea of another millage, when potentially there could be 2 to 3 mills asked for a fire department, if that new funding model moves forward, there's a lot of things there that, at this point in time, when we're potentially seeing a recession or projections of that coming, there's just another approach that we need to look at. Even the money we received for the ARP funding, that just went right back into the rec center. It was used to cement it in its deficits. It never came back into the general fund. So we have spent a number of dollars on just keeping that thing afloat, and we haven't plugged the hole, and it keeps going and going. The other one there's a number of one-time things on here that I'm hoping will continue. I approve and appreciate what has gone on with the investment in the fund balance and so forth, but as we begin to burn off some of these fund balances and such, that's not necessarily going to be recurring revenue, but Treasurer Cole has worked at that, so hopefully that's helped plug a hole in here. But those are the little things and things that we're using as one-time only impacts. My one question I do have regarding, and I was looking at the $830,000 you were mentioning for debt service, is the dam feasibility study. Is that not something that we could get a potential grant for?
We have submitted the grant application. Honestly, I thought we'd have heard back by now because they said that they were meeting the last week of April to decide. So that portion of the debt issue may not exist in that total capacity. It may be offset by a federal grant. If you recall, we applied. They told us we met the I guess, baseline criteria for the program, and that final issuance of the grant amounts would be determined this spring. So that one's to be determined.
And so the support for that debt servicing, will that come from expiring debt service, or are we taking that out of new revenue?
That would come from expiring debt service.
And then just understanding, what are 4 and 5 grade improvements? Is that wastewater? Stormwater?
So both stormwater and sanitary sewer have grade 4 and grade 5 defects. It's just a way of rating the pipe conditions.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just, for myself and for the audience, understanding that a significant amount of that debt service is to repair storm.
Yeah, the portion that's hitting the general fund is all storm.
And then lastly, on that, I know they're looking at fixing the tennis courts and things. I think some of those have been passed, but I'm hoping that if we get that debt service, the grant for the dam, those dollars could be freed up for some other more important projects, especially repairing some of our buildings.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about just the total amount of debt we're discussing to issue.
I did, in anticipation and hope that we'd be receiving those funds for the dam feasibility, remove that off of our list. Right now, we're looking at just the gap for this year of $3.9 million. There are some other needs that, as long as we are taking on the expense of issuing the debt, that we think we should continue forward with as well, and those are about $1.48 million.
So the 830,000 is approximately the only amount that we can issue to support with the debt that's being relieved?
No, the debt that's being relieved, so in FY '25 would be about $150,000 in annual payments, and then the next year is 170?
173, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd issue debt for next year, and then the idea is that we pay for that debt in 2025.
Yeah, you start paying the year after.
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that
Yep.
there wasn't any tail end.
So they'd fall off the same, one would come on the same year it fell off.
And we anticipate issuing or requesting that?
And I would anticipate that debt issue is probably slightly less than what would be falling off.
Okay. Thank you.
Depends on the rates we get.
City Manager O'Toole, can I follow up on a comment before I yield the floor to Mayor Pro Tem Dillon? Can I follow up on a comment that was made by Mr. Gearbaugh pertaining to the rec center? When do we expect to receive a copy of the rec center feasibility analysis that is currently being evaluated and written?
You know, I apologize, I don't have the timeline right in front of me. I can certainly follow up, though, and let
If
council
you
know.
could
Yep.
communicate that in an upcoming weekly communique, that would be great. I don't think there's any doubt about it, at least not from an objective lens, that the rec center, a municipally owned rec center, is a valuable public resource. And in my judgment, it has to be maintained and preserved. That being said, there's a variety of different ways to do that. So I'm reticent to offer specific insights or suggestions, but I would say, prior to receiving the feasibility study, that, at least in my judgment, every option is on the table in terms of moving forward as to how that could be administered, funded, and maintained on an annual basis. And I think there's a lot of different options worth considering, and I hope that that's done during this feasibility study.
Yeah, as I do recall, the consultant firm made a commitment to getting us that, at least in a very solid draft form, before the end of this fiscal year, so that we were aware of what obligations might arise for the next fiscal year.
Excellent, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I'll just sort of start with the rec center and follow up on Mr. Gearbaugh's comments, as well as the mayor, is that, right now, that feasibility study is a key element in our budget planning and understanding what direction we need to go in. I do feel like, we're trying to bail out the ocean with a teaspoon right now as far as the rec center. It's always going to need an influx of cash. And at a time when we're looking at cuts, I feel as though to not look deeply into the rec center would just be, not acknowledging the elephant in the room. So I really want to take a hardcore look at that as its own entity within this budget. Moving on from that, I do want to understand a couple of things that we talk about. First, with the parking, I understand, and the finesse of we're not going to really make money off of parking. I don't want to lose money either, because one of the things that we haven't talked about is who's actually writing the tickets for this. We've mentioned in your report that we're not adding new positions. So are we going to use our current police? Are we going to use our VIPs? What does that model look like, and how realistic is it? Because it was not successful in the past when we were trying to chalk tires.
Sure, that's a very reasonable comment to make, and that was one of the things that came up during our recent meeting on the various proposals, because each system does have a slightly different way of, I guess, pursuing enforcement or structuring their software for ease of enforcement. What we've discussed internally is that it would be the responsibility of the Saline Police Department. There would likely have to be some combination of officers on patrol during their free time doing pass-throughs, as well as possibly VIPs filling in. But that being said, if we are not running plates, if that all exists within the software, then you don't need to be an MCOL certified officer to do that that parking enforcement.
Okay, but we would need to have someone doing that, and the expectation of volunteers is a great pie-in-the-sky notion, but the consistency with that is not going to be there. And I think the one thing with parking is that you have to be consistent in that enforcement. So understanding how that's going to work. Now, as for parking, what we are seeing downtown are residences above businesses. Is there an opportunity to assess those homes a parking fee for downtown and use that as a source? Because in other communities, if you live downtown, you are paying, depending on the square footage, for 2 downtown parking spaces. Right now, if you go through some of our lots at 4 in the morning when every business is closed, there is still a significant amount of cars parked there, which would indicate those are either residents or people that are trying to find off-street parking because it's not available where they are. So I'd like to look at those avenues, because our parking problem is not just a daytime going to business problem. It's an all-the-time problem. And so I want to make sure we address that right now. I mean, there are cars that I've seen part behind in the Benny's lot, which I apologize because I never remember which number is which.
Now, remember, we've renamed them to their actual locations, so we all need to start using the locations. That is the East Henry parking lot,
No, that would be the West Henry,
the West Henry.
right? That'd be
West Henry.
right?
There's West
Okay,
Henry,
so
East Henry, Water Tower, West McKay, and North Ann Arbor.
Okay, but I mean, in that lot, I see commercial vehicles parked overnight. I see vehicles that don't move for extended periods of time, and that's very noticeable when there's the snow.
Yeah.
And you see that that car hasn't, moved for a while. So I'd like to be able to address that holistically as part of our parking issue. I also would like to resurrect our parking study and sort of look at what that document had to say about parking and what the recommendations were in that. One of the things that I wanted to make mention of, because when we're looking at cost-saving measures, I just feel as though it definitely needs attention, which is our People's Express transportation. We pay a tremendous amount of money for an underutilized service that we have absolutely no data on. I understand that we are connected to grant dollars with that service, but there has to be a way to break up that relationship or enhance it in some way. Or try to figure out if there's ways in which we can partner with, the senior center actually has an unutilized bus. And, is there a way to utilize that bus or something like that, or school buses or things like that to move people? So I want to make sure that that's on the table.
I'm sorry, I've got to stop you right there. We're almost at
Thank
6
you.
minutes. City Manager O'Toole, do you want to respond to that at all before we transition to Mr. CO?
Yes, I suppose what I would say to that is, really, we could terminate that relationship at any point. We're now currently under no contractual obligation because they have allowed the contract to expire and have failed time and again to meet the city's requests for reporting on what they have done with those dollars and really what they were originally asking for, which is an increase to those dollars. Very, very open to whatever new concepts we can find. I'll be honest with you, it's a bit of a staff capacity issue. I believe it's about $43,000 or $46,000 we dedicate to transportation services annually. We have People's Express is kind of our federally recognized source for this area. They get some offsetting federal dollars. From the conversations we've had with other communities, it's not the type of market that transportation providers try to compete with each other in. They all have their own territories, and they stick to it. So it puts us in a bit of a tough spot trying to find that. But if there are alternative ideas, I know we've looked at the AARP Flex Ride, and they're still kind of piloting that concept. So we're watching to see how it works. But ideas like partnering with the senior center, I think those would be great. I don't know if it's something that we want to put together a working group around to discuss and make a recommendation on, but really at the end of the day, I think it's going to take a lot more than just like one staff person coming up with a solution. We really need some community-generated ideas.
Hold on just one second. I would like to, unless there's objection from the dais, I would like to empower you, because at least on this level, this is inherently operational at this juncture in terms of evaluating what are our alternative options or services. So this is an issue that has been dragging on a little bit, and I think I speak for everybody on the dais. Let's try to get some finality and determine what is the best, not ideal, but what's the best path for us moving forward to provide at least limited public transit services for those in the community that need it. So I guess I would rely on you to engage the appropriate individuals. It might be some external stakeholders, it may be a member of staff, and it may be a council member or two. But if we could sort of brainstorm, consider the alternative options, and then hear back sometime in June or July, I think that would be ideal. Go ahead, Mr. Gearbaum.
I was just going to ask, if they're in violation of our contract, it sounds like they're not responding to everything. Do you need a resolution from this council to terminate?
Yes, if council would like to give us direction to simply terminate that relationship, that's what we would need to stop. But then obviously services would terminate effective at that time. Right now, they are just honoring the old contract that expired 2 years ago.
If I may, I actually think this might serve as an incentive, if there's anything that could incentivize better behavior on the part of People's Express. But I think it would be reasonable to notify them that we are forming a working group to evaluate alternative options. It'll be reported out to City Council sometime in let's say, June or July. And at that point, if we find a better alternative, we'll sever ties and go in a new direction. This does provide them now essentially a 2-month period to provide us the necessary data and maybe to develop a multi-year contract that at least theoretically could fill the needs of our community.
Yeah, it's time to give them more than a carrot.
Mr. Seal, I'll transition to you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to look at the police budget. We've talked about dispatch and how much money that's going to save. I see there's some actual hard numbers on page, I don't know which paging number you want to use, page 21?
Treasurer Cole and I work best if you give us a line item, because we're looking at the actual software.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at 101-325-801-000. It's
Okay.
professional service dispatch.
Yes.
It looks like a part of that is a payment to Washtenaw County for them picking up police service or dispatch services sometime during the coming fiscal year. Those numbers are just, at this point, a best estimate of what those costs may be. We don't have any hard numbers from.
They have not provided hard numbers, but they continue to reiterate that this is a very close number. What they've told me anecdotally is within 10%. So they feel pretty confident in this number for the start of calendar year 2024.
Okay, but this is an estimate.
And that is also for full years of service. So one of the other things we've talked with them about, which we would determine during finalization of the contract, is whether we do monthly payments or paid in full annually.
Okay. So that's a full year's worth of service.
That's a full year's worth of service.
All right. Okay, I may make an appointment with both of you to come in and talk first.
Absolutely, yeah, we're happy to run through those numbers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's
That's it,
all I
Mr.
have,
Shield?
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Very good. Mr. Kamir Sulek, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Right. This may be an odd question, but with the parking, is there a depreciation schedule that you use for like the parking lots to get an idea of what it's costing?
I think probably the best use would be kind of looking at what we've been putting into the parking lots. Using the depreciation on them is kind of an average cost over time based on the initial cost. So it's probably better for us to kind of look at what the initial cost was and then more what the repairs are over time.
I don't know if that'll give us some kind of an idea of what the costs are going to be to enforce the parking. But I agree, something needs to be done. And then, what is the general ledger number for that $900,000 bond?
That is, hold on 1 second,
And is that
101, sorry, go ahead.
And is that typical to do, given our situation? Or is it a last, not a last resort measure, but?
Oh, certainly the costs of these items are large enough that you'd want to issue debt. You don't want to pay for these cash in a given year.
Right.
Okay.
And that number is 101-000-691-000. And again, that portion in the general fund is the general fund's portion.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. City Manager O'Toole, Treasurer Cole, anything you'd like to add before I'll ask if there's any additional outstanding questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. All right, any additional final questions before we wrap this up? Mr. Gearbaugh?
Can you tell me what's going on with our state revenue line 573-000? Seems like it's kind of bounced from $700,000 now down to like $400,000. There's an acronym in the line.
It's the LCSA. That's the one where they did a one-time increase.
Yes.
So this fiscal year, it was a post-COVID, they did a large one-time increase. We can't rely on that.
Understand. That's what I anticipated. I just saw it's now down to $400,000, so that's kind of, we can there's a comment in there too, they don't know what the final payment is.
Yes, we'll update it to the actual once the number is produced by the state.
And then the other one, I just noticed, it's not a big dollar amount, but the drop in the PILT, the payment in lieu of taxes, is that based, I thought that was a fixed amount, or is it based somehow on evaluation?
So that there was one property that fell off of the program.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow, I didn't know we had another one on there. I thought it was all basically the Maple Heights apartment complex.
I know that we, and please forgive me, I'm not sure how many there are in total. I know that we lost one this year, so.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Ms. Dillon?
Thank you. One of the things that I know I've talked about a lot throughout the year is training budgets and kind of understanding where they are, the importance of them, and how they sort of factor in. If at some point you can provide one by, it's very hard to tell sort of this way, like a total of what we anticipate for training budgets for the entire city, because some are making me a little bit nervous. Like when I look at like ZBA, it has a training budget of $500, I believe, for the entire commission for the year. I thought we had talked about, especially on decision-making bodies, insisting upon training to be qualified to be on those committees. I don't feel as though $500 is going to be adequate to train an entire board. So I don't want to come up short. So I'd like to sort of look at that at some point. Same with the council budgets. That's been something that I've talked about over and over, of understanding, a realistic number for new coming on, as well as for for the news coming on, as well as those that are seasoned, to keep enhancing. There are other conferences that we've talked about, like the National League of Cities. I think in the past, the city did go to those. I know that staff yourself went to that this year. There's a huge benefit in that, especially at times right now where we're looking to those elected for funding help and such, that there really needs to be line items to include so that council is able to go to those and we can plan out accordingly.
Yeah, so I apologize, I did not call it out, but we did from the change from the last budget you saw to this one, remove the individual council line items and instead upped that council conference and training budget to $15,000. And that's kind of based on, I looked at what you all had engaged in previously and then some of the things that had been talked about up at the dais to do and came up with that number.
Okay. I appreciate that you did that so that we can look at it a little bit and among ourselves sort of determine how to earmark those dollars. The other thing I want to make sure that's included is building improvements specifically to this building. There are definite, issues with structural problems, and as well as, and I'm going to keep saying it, there's for me, a huge safety concern in this room that there is no escape for the people sitting on this side of the table. These windows, yes, we can throw a chair through them, but that should not be a mechanism that we have. We are in clear line sight that somebody from the outside has direct access to the three of us without actually even entering the building. I really want to make sure that we put some focus on that at some point. I think it's really important. You see things happening all the time. You just assume they're not going to happen in your community. Everyone assumes that until it happens. I would never want to put anybody at this side of the dais or in our audience in danger at any time should there be any kind of an emergency.
I will add, so that issue that we're talking about, we did add in some dollars for this facility, specifically looking at the HVAC units that were identified in the facility study, and windows are an issue for us too, because I think part of our energy inefficiency cost for this building is related to the fact that we can't open any windows and rely exclusively on heating and cooling to manage the temperature here.
So I appreciate that. The other one I just wanted to make mention of was in your memo, you talked about no new positions. in '24. We did talk about a few different things over time, and so I just want to sort of understand, like, we talked about possibly adding another IT counterpart to having not one, and I don't know whether, I know there was discussion, I think we've even looked at contracts for an outsource thing.
Yes, so we did identify a IT firm that could help us by running a help desk. The cost actually was very, very competitive. Chris, IT network administrator Shank, really liked the group. He met with a few different and got proposals. So there's about $7,000 built into this budget for that service in FY24.
And I appreciate that, but I still have concerns that we have one IT on staff, and when that person is not in the building or actively at work, then it can cause security issues, it can cause havoc, because that person is a software person, a hardware person, a linesman, they're sort of a little bit of everything, and so I want to make sure we look at that.
Yeah, so the service contract that we have with this group, we're trying it out just for 1 year, that they will fill that gap. So if our network administrator is not on site or unavailable, there's a help desk ticket system. They will have access to our network to performing any of the similar services that network administrator Shank does now. There would just be an hourly rate to it.
Okay. I appreciate that. The other position that we've talked about extensively is a grant writer. We saw the benefits, obviously, of a grant, and I think that there's a lot of money out there that's available. And to ask staff to do this is really beyond what you have time for at this point. And so trying to find some system in which we could bring a grant writer in which their salary correlates to the grants that come in or something like that. I really think that we need to look at that opportunity.
So, I mean, I will say, I think our staff has been doing a really great job of applying for, going after, and in a lot of cases, securing dollars with the opportunities that are available to us. The biggest challenge, it's not just writing the grants, it is ultimately finding the match dollars to go after those projects, and that's really where we're going to run into issues. It's capacity to administer the projects themselves. I would say at this point, we have very limited capacity to take on any more projects than we do, and most of the projects, I mean, pick a project, it probably has some degree of federal, state, or county aid tied to it at this point. I mean, really, I'd be happy to add it all up, but there's several millions of dollars in our budgets moving forward that's coming from county, state, and federal aid.
City Manager O'Toole, if I may add, on ClearGov, if you log in, you can see our funding sources, and it lists out all of our projects with the applicable, grants that we've received, and it's very easy to tell by the funding sources there how much we've received in total, so.
Oh, I'm not at all questioning the grants that we've received. I think that you've been remarkable but there are a lot out there, and it's a matter of finding them and pursuing them and having the documentation, and within that time frame that
Yeah,
needs to be done is where we're coming up short.
It would be very nice to have someone who is looking more exclusively at that. I personally feel, knowing what I know about our operations, it would be hard for us to justify that as a full-time position, given how well our department heads are already doing at managing the projects that they have. I guess it's a fundamental way of looking at it. We create the projects we know need to be done regardless, and then we look to see if there are any grant opportunities that will fit into it. I mean, that's why we do the capital improvement plan, because that becomes our roadmap for what we're looking for. You could do it the reverse way and say, what money is out there, throw it against the wall and see what you get, and then build projects from there. But I think we just have too many immediate needs to do anything other than figure out the funding sources for the needs we do have.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, it appears there is not, the chair would be delighted to entertain a motion to adjourn this work meeting at 6:48 PM, noting that we will reconvene into regular session promptly at 7.
Motion to adjourn?
Moved by Commissioner Sulak, seconded by Gearba. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene in 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Call this meeting to order. If you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good evening, everyone. There are hearing devices on the back table along with copies of the agenda. We would encourage you to sign in. Members present this evening are Council Members Kamara Sulak, Seo, Delorco, Gearbaugh, Rice, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, and myself, Mayor Morrow. From City staff, we have City Manager O'Toole, Clerk Royal, Community Development Director Harrington, I don't believe is here yet.
Nope, right here.
Oh, he is? Excuse me, I'm sorry, missed you. Wastewater Treatment Superintendent Briggs is here, along with Treasurer Cole and City Engineer Humphreys. At this time, the Chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted unless there are amendments.
So moved as submitted?
Moved by Gearbaugh to approve as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kamara Sulak. All those in favor of approving the agenda as submitted signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion carries unanimously. We come now to citizen comments on agenda items under the Open Meetings Act. Any citizen may come forward at this time and make comment or question on an item that appears on this agenda. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. Are there any citizen comments on agenda items? Please. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Cheng Ming Fan, local resident, local social entrepreneur. I have several things I'd like to share with you. First is the DEI leader and Kamara Sulak have been working very well, and I read the report, and that is absolutely correct thing we should do. And this the term for people probably not familiar with DEI, especially some residents who move in to Saline area, stands for diversified, equity, and inclusion. So I'd like to borrow this topic, expand a little bit more about DEI. Mr. Mayor mentioned that last time,
Cheng Man, I'm sorry. Which item are you referring to on tonight's agenda?
the agenda, if you look at that,
Consent agenda,
Consent agenda, DEI report on the front page.
annual report.
23-90.
I'm sorry. Okay, please continue.
are you going to give me another 30 minutes?
Yep, your time was preserved.
35 minutes, 35 seconds, I'm kidding. So I almost finished. This is the world we have, but we have huge conflicts because of religious belief, races, and also because of situation change. You and I are living in a world which is so uncertain. Things can happen tomorrow, next year, and the war happening. Everybody in the world theater, don't just think that we're here, we're safe. Therefore, including all of the people come to the table in public in such a wonderful to express their concern. For me, I concern the most is the war between Russia and Ukraine, but extended before 2027, something between China and U.S. is going to escalate it every day. So how are we going to protect the citizen based on the principle of DEI? All human, being equal. Not like in the Japanese war, the World War II. All of a sudden, all the Japanese immigrants been locked up after 20 years, $20,000 each. After 50 years, apologize. So that thing shouldn't happen. How we can do? We have to open up the idea, which is including all of the suggestions. I suggest that last time on this table, also in the Saline Area School Board of Education, about the concept of Care 12. And one of the ideas is including students. We call that YAM, Young Ambassador, to visit all the countries, especially Taiwan, Taipei, and Beijing, China, and other cities like Kyiv. So I just want to thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you. And
Thank you.
35 seconds added.
Why don't you take just a couple to finish
Oh, I
up?
finished. But thank you next time.
Okay.
Don't interrupt.
Very good. Okay.
I'm kidding.
Thank you. Yep. Are there any additional citizen comments on agenda items? You may simply come forward to the podium. You will have 3 minutes.
I did do a letter, and I had it distributed to you people for that. And this is about the letter that I received from the City of Saline for the Notice of Fire Protection Special Assessment District. And I'm going to read it because I want this to be something that you think about. During this inflationary time in the U.S., it is time to reduce, not increase, the cost of homeowners. There are houses being built north, south, east, and west to be included in Saline. Many more taxes will be collected to make up for the inclusion of these communities in the Saline proper. My husband and I are senior citizens. We and 24.2% more seniors and 6.6% disabled persons under 65 years are on fixed incomes in Saline. This encompasses 31% of Saline residents, about 1/3. Two examples of the frustration we have is that the increase in property tax in Saline raises 3 to 4% each year. Our property tax was $7,267.96 for ours in 2022. At 3% raise in '23, our taxes would be $7,803.88. Also, new properties are added regularly to Saline that increase the revenue. Inflicting higher taxes on 31% of the Saline population on a fixed income is not a sustainable solution. Our taxes go up, but our incomes do not. You must see this, use your power wisely by searching other avenues to support the fire department. Just raising taxes is not a good option. Some suggestions are fundraising, and I heard you talking about grants, which I was very happy to hear, to help support the Saline Fire Department. Add an amendment to the fire department proposal for an exemption for seniors and disabled people that are on fixed incomes. Please consider these ideas. Thank you. My name is Patricia Caroline Augst. I live at 211 West McKay Street, and we have been living there for 50 years.
Thank you, Pat. Laverne, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you for the copy of your remarks.
Yes.
Are there any additional citizen comments on agenda items? Please, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Roberts. I grew up in Saline and have lived here for 18 years. I'm also a master's student in civil engineering at the University of Michigan, and I'm commenting on the agenda item for accessory dwelling units. I want to say I'm in complete support of the accessory dwelling units proposal, and I believe there's a couple things that you should realize in addition to this proposal. First off, I recently created a report after finishing my exams that looked at the financial health of Saline, which I can provide you after this meeting. But essentially, I looked at all of the maintenance costs of roads and pipes and all that sort of thing using some simple GIS. And I determined that we're currently not financially sustainable as a city. It would require almost 75% of our revenue of Saline in order to cover and keep the maintenance of the different things that we have to support in terms of just the pipes and roads. And I'm talking to you not because the doom and gloom, but because I believe that there's a couple things we need to consider when we develop our city. One is the additional long infrastructure costs. I believe that all of you should look into strong towns if you are unaware of this movement. It's basically an idea where there's an organization that supports small towns and enables people to see methods in order to improve their city, basically financial management and development plans for long-term financial sustainability. I believe that adding more housing, increasing density, looking at a value per acre assessment of new developments to balance the profit you get from having more people versus the cost of the infrastructure to put in place is quite important. And I believe looking at the strong towns, especially for the Planning Commission, is quite important for the future of our city. I'm 22. There are not many people of my age who are going to come and talk at a city council meeting, but it is us, my generation of the future, that will probably be left with whatever decisions you make today. So again, as the last lady said, I forgot her name, but I think it's really important you consider the future when you also make these types of decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. We appreciate those remarks. The ADU ordinance is up for just first reading tonight. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to approve it at a subsequent meeting. And as it relates to the data and analysis, we would very much like to review that. So if you wouldn't mind forwarding that on, either an electronic or hard copy, we would enjoy that. And perhaps we can have a future conversation. I would also remind Mr. Roberts and those in the audience that we are currently seeking input regarding revisions to our master plan, which is a document that will guide growth, development, and land preservation for the ensuing years. So if you have not provided comments, we would welcome those, and you can find the survey online. One last opportunity for citizen comments on agenda items. The record will reflect there are none. Then we will proceed to the consent agenda. The following consent agenda will normally be adopted without discussion. However, at the request of any citizen or council member, any item may be removed for discussion.
Moved as submitted.
Moved by CO to approve as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Delorco. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. We come now to public hearing. Agenda item 23-101, fire special assessment. First motion will be a motion to open the public hearing, affording the public an opportunity to speak to this issue at, let me get the appropriate time, 7:12.
Move to open?
Moved by Gearbout to open. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dillon. All those in favor of opening the public hearing at 7:12 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing is now open. We heard from one constituent regarding a proposed fire budget and fire special assessment. Are there any additional citizen comments on this issue? And Clerk Royal, we did not receive any written comments on this issue, apart from what has already been provided by Patricia Laverne-Ungst. Okay.
Move to close?
Moved by Dillon to close the public hearing at 7:13. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by CO. All those in favor of closing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing is now closed. The subsequent motion will be a motion to approve and adopt or not to adopt resolution number 2301, special assessment for fire protection, 2023 to 2024.
Move to approve and adopt.
Moved by Gearbout to approve and to adopt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by CO. Treasurer Cole, do you care to make any comment at this time? I'm noticing that there's not a microphone at that table, so if you do wish to make a comment, I'll need you to come to the podium. My apologies, I don't know where the handheld went.
Ben has it.
Oh, yeah, Ben, why don't you, if you wouldn't mind, Treasurer Cole can speak from the podium now, but we'll, if you wouldn't mind placing it near wastewater treatment superintendent Briggs or engineer Humphreys, I'm sure it will be used at a later point in tonight's meeting. Treasurer Cole, please.
Mayor Morrow, my comments will be very short and sweet, is that I have nothing to add. I believe that we fully discussed these items, but if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Are there any questions for Treasurer Cole?
I just have a point of interest. Personally, I would like to address the citizens' comments in the public hearing on the fire millage. I do believe there's statutory requirements that would preclude us from providing special treatment to anybody at any income level, whether they're on a fixed income or not, to exempt them from the same taxes that everyone else pays. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Very good. Any additional questions for Treasurer Cole? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any subsequent discussion on the motion? Well, let me just say, and I articulated this at the work meeting earlier this evening, I think the fire department does a very good job of meeting the needs of Saline residents and business owners. However, we have noted several deficiencies, and there are changes that are going to need to be made in the ensuing years because the model, the funding model and governing structure, at least in my judgment, is not sustainable. So there are a number of things currently under consideration. I'd be happy to chat with Pat and Laverne and any other concerned citizens after tonight's meeting to fill you in on what is being considered. But I hope for some finality and some consensus probably by the fourth quarter of this year or early 2024 at the very latest. So again, fire department, an essential service, critical service. It provides a great benefit to the Saline community, but there are changes and modifications that will need to be made in the ensuing years to ensure that it continues to be a valued service for Saline residents and business owners. Any additional comments or discussion on the motion? No? Okay, then we have a motion properly moved by Gearboss, seconded by CO to approve and to adopt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion carries. We move on to new business item 23-115, grit removal system upgrade. This will be a motion to acknowledge receipt of the memo from wastewater treatment Superintendent Briggs and to approve or not to approve the purchase of a West Tech panel and solenoid valve with installation to upgrade the grit removal system at an amount not to exceed $31,909.
Move to acknowledge and approve.
Moved by Gearboss to acknowledge and approve. Mr. Delorco, are you still willing to be the second on that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Mr. Briggs, do you care to make a brief obligatory comment, primarily for the public's benefit?
Certainly. So as some of you may well know, this system was supposed to have been upgraded, was suggested to be upgraded 5 years ago. And it's been limped along since then, and it's finally time that we need to do this and spend this money. And unfortunately, it's about 6 times the money it would have been done 5 years ago. So, unfortunately.
Obviously, it's operational as opposed to policy, but can you walk us through what was the deficiency that existed internally that prevented this from being done 5 years ago, and have we corrected that so that it doesn't transpire again in the future?
My belief is it had something to do with the powers that were in charge at that point in time. They didn't feel like they wanted to spend that money, and they tried to modify the cabinet themselves, which has made kind of a mess of the whole thing.
So having progressive, forward-thinking leadership in the wastewater treatment superintendent capacity and in the city manager's office should prevent these types of issues in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, very good. Are there additional questions for wastewater treatment superintendent Briggs? Any discussion on the motion? It's been properly moved by Gearboss, seconded by Delorco to acknowledge and to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 23-116, roads assessment management, Pazer condition assessment and transportation asset management plan. This is a good one. Motion to acknowledge receipt of the memo from city engineer Humphreys and to approve or not to approve the transportation asset management plan from OHM Advisors in an amount not to exceed $31,800.
Move to acknowledge and approve.
Moved by Dillon to acknowledge and approve. Was that a second by CO?
Yes, sir.
Very good. City Engineer Humphreys, you're welcome to stay at the table or come to the podium, whatever your preference is. If you'd like to provide some initial comments, and then I know we have a representative from OHM here as well.
Yes, I was going to sit at the table, but I can only see half of you. So I thought I'd come up here. Yes, Marcus McNamara with OHM is with me tonight and available to answer questions. I'm just going to take a minute to introduce this subject. If you've heard me talk about our capital improvement plan, you've heard me talk about the need to transform our capital improvement plan to an asset management-based capital improvement plan. This helps us make our decision-making based on not reactive but proactive decisions. And this particular proposal is just that for our roads. Marcus can get into more of the details of what the actual proposal, and you can also read it in your packet, but it's going to consist of us going around the city, taking cores of the roads, classifying all of our roads, and the goal of this is to implement the right fix at the right time. With our roads, there's a whole array of fixes. The cheapest fix is to crack seal the road when it's just starting to show the cracks. You can get the most miles done for that buck. The most expensive fix is a total reconstruction, like we're proposing to do on Clark Street in the near future. So this proposal is, the outcome of this proposal coming this fall will be a list of roads in each category that we will then use to implement the right fix at the right time to make our road dollars go longer, last longer, and get the right fix implemented. I've said that now 5 times.
Engineer Humphreys, I actually did a fair amount of messaging in my, I think the last 3 State of the City addresses regarding asset management. The verbiage, of course, that I articulated from the dais was not my own. It was provided by your office, and I thought it was very important to message on that topic. Can you explain to folks in the audience or those who may be watching at home, especially those in which this is not their vocation, why an asset management plan, again, is important, and more specifically, why long-term it will result in better quality, better maintained assets in the city of Saline?
So first and foremost, I think we as a city for asset management need to know what we own. So for each category of infrastructure, we need to have a detailed inventory. So when it comes to, and roads are actually one of the categories of infrastructure that has not a lot of permanent assets. So if you think of a water main, it has a permanent hydrant, permanent valves, permanent pipe locations. The road has a permanent right-of-way, but all of the road, the rest of the road are all materials that are, brought in. It's not, they degrade with time if not proper maintained. But to answer your question about asset management, it starts with proper inventory and proper then classification, condition-based ratings of all of your assets. So once you have the inventory, you can take condition-based ratings of all of your assets and then put them into different categories to rate which things are the most critical for failure of your system, which things are most critical for the growth of your systems, and evaluate all the different components of your assets. Ultimately, it will the more data you have, the more likely you are to make a data-driven decision to improve the prolong the life of that asset. And that's where we're ultimately trying to get to, is knowing what assets we own, properly condition rating all of them. When it comes to road, that's doing PASER ratings. PASER stands for pavement analysis, oh God, I'm not even gonna be able to say it all, system evaluation report, but it stands for pavement, and for evaluating the road conditions. And so we will use the PASER conditions and the cores of the road to look at all of the different fixes for the roads. And I did not do a great job of explaining that.
I thought that was good. I appreciate that. Before I open it up for questions, Mr. McNamara, is there anything that you'd like to add for the record? And we do appreciate your attendance here this evening.
Sure. I guess, good evening, council. I guess I would just add one thing. It's not just a good idea, it's the law. Public Act 325 requires this. The first sort of rollout, because it's a lot to manage on a statewide level. They limited the requirement in the law just to road agencies with 100 miles or more of roads. It's our expectation that as the Asset Management Council kind of get caught up with all that, because all those have been due now for the last round was last year. We're expecting they're going to modify that legislation, and it will be a requirement of all road agencies in the near future. So it should be done anyways, but the proposal you have in front of you is following the guidance from the state, so that when and if that legislation is expanded to smaller communities, you'll already be in full compliance. The one other thing I would mention is this gives your financial team and council more flexibility to shift funds between your major and local road funds. Without an asset management plan, you're limited to how much you can move, and I think it's 50%. But once you get the plan approved by the state, then and you're showing that you're doing the right fix, whether it's on a major or a local street, then you just have that increased flexibility with finance. Very good. I'm not necessarily enamored with unfunded mandates from either the state or federal government, but to your point, I think this is the best practice, and regardless of whether it was a requirement or not, will benefit the city. So I'm excited and happy to move forward, and we'll be voting affirmative when we call for a vote. Are there questions for either our guest or for the city engineer? I'll start with Mr. Gearbaugh.
How often should we be doing this? Is this going to be a requirement to be performed every 5 years, or?
Yeah, typically typically what's done is basically a 3 to 5 year capital plan. So this is touch and mention. We'll give you a list of streets, a strategy. It's a little bit hard sometimes picking the streets in the 4th and 5th year because things do degrade differently over time. But the strategy itself would be established. And so kind of like the region does with the tip for the federal dollars, it's sort of a rolling 5-year, 3 to 5 year plan. And as you complete projects, you need to check those off the list and add ones for future years. So it wouldn't be anywhere near this cost to update. Probably the biggest piece that we don't have now is the pavement core. And the reason that's important is because depending on the thickness of pavement that's out there, that affects your options for maintenance activities. So that would be a one-time that would be done with this initial plan. In subsequent years, 3 years from now or 5 years from now, you'd really just be updating your project list, but your strategy shouldn't change.
And we won't be relying on any past information. This will be all fresh and new?
We will, yeah. So we do have historic Paiser ratings. We'll be updating those for this year. And then we were going to be strategic, we'll be strategic with the pavement cores, essentially for roads where we don't have good information already. So anything that's been resurfaced in the last 10 years or so, we should have those plans, and we'll know we're not going to need to gather that information. So, you know, the completion of this, will have a complete inventory that won't need to be redone.
And then lastly, Tesha, we had discussed about potentially measuring the streets, because we don't know what the width sides are in terms of some of the streets and even some of the older streets. Will that be part of this, as we had discussed?
Yeah, so he's talking about the actual physical street width, not the right-of-way.
Yep, so the software that was utilized for this is called RoadSoft. It's supported by the state of Michigan, and sort of your point, Mayor, about the unfunded mandate. The state does peel off some gas and weight taxes at the top before they distribute to local, and so this software is free to road agencies in the state. The technical support, they do it out of Michigan Tech. That's free as well. So there is some help available. But this database, it integrates with the city's GIS, so we know about our water system age, overlay that when we're going through the decision matrix of what to do. And there is basically every road attribute you can think of, and a lot that you probably wouldn't think of are available to be populated in there.
Wonderful, and I'm glad you've taken the initiative on this to really get this under our hand, and hopefully we'll be doing this and including it in our budget going forward every 3 to 5 years. Thank you.
Additional questions for our guests, our guest and Engineer Humphreys. I'll start with our transition to Mayor Pro Tem Dillon and then jump to Mr. Seo.
Thank you. So just tagging on to Mr. Gearbrau's question about our past Paiser ratings. So will that give us any indication of how quickly our roads are deteriorating so that we can base things? And like, we have a couple roads that we know, even at the last rating, hadn't been classified as failed. So will it tell us like how far they failed at this point so that we know what our window is to?
It will. So not only does it do that, but we typically recommend again, not the pavement cores, but the Paiser ratings be done every other year. And that's frequent enough that it will also flag streets that are not performing as expected, so you can hopefully get out there and do something before it's to the point where it's a full reconstruction. So we do analyze the data, and as the years go, if you continue to do this, then you're going to develop that data set for your specific streets and be able to see, if something's not performing as expected, and then you can go back and look at the design criteria, that was utilized for a particular project and start making better decisions.
That was my follow-up to it, which was that we have invested quite a bit in some of our roads that are newer roads, and so you'll analyze those to some degree and just make sure that they are living up to their expectation at this point, and so that if there is an issue, we can address it before it becomes a problem.
Correct. There's published deterioration curves for the city has all asphalt streets, but it's different for asphalt and concrete, as you might imagine. But there's sort of general expectations, and as you do these ratings, if the rating deviates far from what the program expects, that gets flagged, and that's the opportunity to look at that and make those, decisions on a, case-by-case basis. But yes.
Fantastic. And I have one just really quick question for Ms. Humphreys, which is, and Mr. Gearbaugh started with the road widths, is there any opportunity to also have just anecdotal information, like whether or not the road is striped, whether the striping is still in place, things like that, whether there's parking, like just understanding so that when we really look at roads, we can sort of understand if we want to make changes or when they're going to be reconstructed, understanding what that road currently is and what its potential could be.
My understanding is that DP Director Searles worked last year with our consultant to get a pretty good base of our current striping on our roads, what the current striping plan is for all of our roads. Our intent with that is to work with the Road Commission to try to get economy of scale costs on actually, sprucing up the striping and such on the roads. So I'm unsure right now of our, well, I do know in GIS we have very little in our GIS category for roads. We're using the state-provided data, and part of this very proposal is to update, as Marcus was saying, our GIS database. I honestly haven't even thought about the striping because I kind of put that into the category with the roads and such, but we can absolutely look into that and see how that plays into the long-term planning for our roads.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Seal?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. I see where your proposal calls for a finite number of cores to be taken. I believe it's 60. Is that number dictated by an attempt to keep the cost low, or is that a minimum that was necessary to get a good idea of what Saline's roads look like?
Yep, so that number was not arbitrary. We basically looked at distinct neighborhoods that neighborhoods that were built, around the same time. So the expectation is roads in a particular neighborhood should be very similar. So that's roughly 2 test locations per neighborhood, and then 1 every half a mile on major roads.
Okay.
With the exception of the roads that have been recently resurfaced that we already have that information, we didn't include those. But it was, I think, 26 on major roads and 34 in neighborhood streets.
So in your estimation, that should give you a sufficient idea of what, okay.
Yep.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Rice?
Thank you. So last year, before the general election, when we were going to pass a road millage, the city received, the community received a lot of information about things that road millages would pay for. And within that information was a previous PACER map that everyone. Do you recall the year that information was collected?
I believe the map that was presented at that time was actually the 2022 data. So we have data consistent data from 2020 and 2022. I'm going to probably get the year wrong before that, but we only have 2 data points in the 15 years prior to that. So we're starting to get consistent data 2022, but before that might be like a 14 or a 12 and a 10 or a 9 or something. There were some 2 previous points, but the map that had a good amount of red on it with the 4 and 5s, I believe it's the 2022 data, which was probably collected about a year ago now. In the spring of last year.
Okay, so this will give us a good feel for not only the accuracy of that map, but then like how things have deteriorated and what the plan is going forward if you're doing these cores. I just want to make sure that the community understands that as you're doing these PACER things, and hopefully this is the case, we shouldn't see a huge drastic change between what that map looked like last year and what it will look like now. We'll just have more detail that we can then add into our computer systems where we can track these things and overlay different things on top of them to make better decisions.
Yes, I think over a 2-year span, you typically won't see as much, the deterioration is, and ideally, we're going to get to the point where we're reinvesting in our roads, that the PACER's actually going up. Right now, the PACER's, we're trying to hold it steady. If anything, we're maybe losing a little ground, and we're trying to reverse that trend and have the PACER rating go up.
Great, I just want the community to have confidence in the fact that they weren't shown some old map last year in order to vote on a millage that they were voting for. But the confidence that I have in this and understanding how this works is that you're just going to get more fine detail to make better decisions.
Yes. And I think if you're, as far as the category of roads, I think 7 is your goal. That's the good category, if you will. And don't quote me, but I think our majors were around a 6, but our locals were in the 4. That's what and that data, again, was from the 2022. That was what was presented, and I believe it's still available from the road millage. Exactly, all of the presentation data from that was where those numbers are from.
I know that there were neighborhoods that were deeply in the red, and those folks, we really tried to communicate with them the importance of these millages and why we do the things the way that we do them here in the city. So I want to make sure that we reiterate that to those community members that we're just working, to make it better going forward with the amount of data that we can collect and the amount of detail that we have within that data.
Yeah, we're trying to make it equitable moving forward because there's more red on the map than we have money for, absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any additional questions? Any subsequent discussion on the motion? Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If not, there's a motion moved by Dillon, seconded by CO to acknowledge and to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 23-117, amendment to the Saline Area Fire Department Agreement. This will be a motion to approve or not to approve the amendment to the Saline Area Fire Department Agreement.
Move to acknowledge and approve.
Okay, move to approve by Del Orco. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Rice. City Manager O'Toole, would you like to kick this one off?
Certainly. So as we've referenced now in the work meeting and this meeting already, there's obviously some structural changes on the forefront to the relationship that the city has with the Saline Area Fire Department. And I guess for the public's knowledge, the Saline Area Fire Department is not a city-operated entity. It is its own standalone entity that is governed by 4 separate municipalities, us and 3 surrounding townships. Historically, the city has provided bookkeeping services, administrative services, and although not explicitly referenced in the contract, IT services for the Saline Area Fire Department. As they move forward with creating a greater degree of autonomy, the city is kind of unentwining its finances from that organization, and one of those steps is eliminating our responsibility for bookkeeping services. Now, to that end, I did have an opportunity to discuss with Fire Chief Spurley last week, and I am very pleased to hear that he has decided, rather than rushing this process and just selecting any financial service firm or any financial software, that they do want to move ahead with using the same best practice standards the city is using, which will mean that the process to transition will take slightly longer. So as you know, the city is moving ahead with BSNA Cloud. The fire chief has communicated to me that as part of our process of transitioning to cloud, they would like to do the same at that point. So what I will say to this is it is our goal to eliminate bookkeeping services to the greatest extent possible by the end of this fiscal year. And certainly we've already started with IT services and some other administrative tasks. But the final transition is not likely to occur until probably 30 to 60 days after that transition by the city to cloud, because that would be the soonest that we could get them on their own independent implementation of that software. So I don't know if we need to amend the motion to articulate that there may be some carryover of their budget on our software, but effectively, bookkeeping services will be winding down. They'll just be on our software for a period of time until we make that transition.
And you believe that transition will occur no later than the end of this current calendar year?
Treasurer Cole, do you have an update on?
No, I do not believe it will be happening by the end of that time. So we're still determining if they can jump in line with us for the transition right now.
So first, second quarter of 2024?
Second quarter, third quarter, yes.
Okay. And just on the financial management front, because there are some issues that I have noted previously. One is the lack of a fund balance. 2 would be a much more aggressive schedule and strategy to pay down our post-employment benefits at the fire department. I did talk to our 2 auditors from Plant Moran, Martin and Josh. I also think it's a best practice for the fire department to, with the greatest amount of respect, transition away from having Plant Moran do the audit and utilizing a new firm. Plant Moran does a phenomenal job, but I think it's a best practice not to use the same individuals year after year, decade after decade. I also had a conversation with them, and they recommended to me, which I then subsequently forwarded on to the chief, 4 different financial management firms that could not only perform the audit, but also help with some of the financial strategies that the fire department needs to move forward on in the next 4 to 6 months. Okay, very good. Are there questions for the city manager? Mr. Gearbaugh?
Yeah, just a couple for me. This does not eliminate or prevent us from collecting prior
Correct.
fees that have not been paid to the city, resulting as bookkeeping.
Correct.
And the other question on this, I know we're trying to move towards a separation or whatever, but my biggest concern in knowing how much our Treasurer Cole has worked on while separating out this information and making sure that the information is proper and correct and resolving many, many years of issues and concerns, that as this goes on, that controls and such will be properly monitored, because we're talking significant investment by the city and transfer of money to them, that the controls, internal controls and things, based on the fact that they really don't have a structure to properly handle it in terms of separation of duties, separation of responsibilities, proper, all that, does raise a big concern for me that I think would be a concern for whoever is our city auditor, that money is being properly managed and properly accounted for. So whatever going forward, I believe that is a tail end piece of this motion. And so I just want to make sure whatever we do, that our plant ran and our treasurer is confident that those funds are being appropriately expended.
Additional questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Just to clarify, so the resolution itself, which has gone through the fire board already, clearly states June 30th. That's what they had agreed to at this point. So are we able to jump ahead of that and say, well, we're going to say something different without the board actually saying this too? This is what they have agreed to as a body. I just want to make sure that we're going in the right direction with one board not agreeing with the other as far
If I may, because it's a procedural question. Assuming that the motion that was moved by, what do we have? Is it Del Orco and Rice is adopted? An amended version of this would have to go back to the fire board for approval.
Correct, yes. So basically, and again, this is coming from my conversation with Chief Spurley, so the expectation is that he is communicating that to his board. He would have to sell to them an amendment to this resolution to align with that expectation that while the majority of services will be terminated by the end of this fiscal year, the city will continue to host basically their budget through our software.
Because it doesn't say that in the motion nor in the document.
Certainly, yes.
I just feel as though we need to amend something.
I would recommend, what verbiage would you recommend for the resolution? It should really be the resolution that's modified.
Yes, so it should be the resolution as modified. I would say then that the resolution itself should state that the city will perform services until, I would say 60 days following the transfer of, well, you know, I'm going to have to side like 100% with Councilmember Dillon here, or Mayor Pro Tem Dillon. I think we should probably just send this back to them with our notes.
Okay.
Because it's not going to be a very clean amendment.
Okay. Well, this deviates somewhat from parliamentary procedure, but Mr. Del Orco, would you be willing to retract your motion?
I would, with the caveat of wanting to make a statement about this. In the future, we need all the information ahead of time before I move motions from the dais, because it's a little bit embarrassing for me to move a motion when I don't have all the information I need to make an informed and educated decision. If there was a conversation about delaying this or having the need to host it still with the city in light of, that's a departure, complete departure from what was presented here today, and I have issues with that.
Yeah, I do apologize. I was caught off guard by the comments from the fire chief. It happened after we had issued the agenda. Typically, I'm afforded an opportunity to speak before you guys make a motion, but.
I'll retract my motion.
Okay, thank you for that. And your concerns are noted, and we will certainly do a better job in the future of making sure that agenda items in which we are requesting action you are provided all the necessary information to make an informed decision. Councilmember Rice, would you be willing to retract your second?
Yes, and I agree with my colleague, Mr. Del Orco.
Okay, very good. So actually, then we would not be entertaining a motion to postpone, or would you like to do a motion to postpone? So this will be considered then at the next regular fire board meeting, and we scheduled a special meeting in light of some absences that were going to take place in early June. So the fire board meeting is actually at the end of this month.
If I may, it may be helpful if we have at least an action to recommend to the fire board, so that they know then when we bring this back to them that it has support at the city level, rather than us just kind of kicking it back to them. So maybe recommend that yourself and Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, as liaisons to that body, be empowered to, I guess, finalize the language around continuing those services or that hosting service until the transfer to BSNA Cloud occurs.
Okay, we're going to have to simplify that.
Yes.
So it would be a motion. We don't even need to enumerate by name because this body has established who the liaisons to the fire board are. So it would be a motion then to recommend that the city representatives to the fire board, help me with the rest.
Amend the resolution based on
the most recent
information,
comments
yeah.
from the fire chief.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect? Mr. Delarico, do you want to move that?
I'll move that motion,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Ms. Rice, I'll defer to you. Would you
Yep.
like to second that?
Yes, I'll-
Okay, is everyone clear on the amended or modified motion that's been offered from the floor? Okay, is there any subsequent discussion before we vote? Mr. Gearbaugh?
I just, I feel that my members of council, that I agree with them, but this is not our city manager's issue. This is the responsibility of the board and of the fire chief, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. We have been dealing with this problem with the fire department for over a year. There are a number of operational concerns. It's clear that there's some issues with what the board hasn't done or not doing, and a number of things that we're looking at. This is a big issue for the city, and the information has not been free-flowing to the entire council. So that is why I'm making a statement now that we need to understand what's going on and going forward as an entire body, not just our members that are representative. I think at this point in time, we have seen too many issues going on that we don't understand. So at this point, I'll support this motion, but there are so many items right now that are unanswered and have continued to be unanswered for over a year that I am just concerned that we are just spinning our wheels.
I just want to make it clear, Colleen, I wasn't attacking you on that statement. I just needed to try to demand a more clarity on certain subjects. And if irrespective of who's at fault, whether it's the city manager or the chief of the fire department, any memo that comes before this body should be complete.
I do not disagree with you.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you had a comment?
I did. Just to clarify that as a member of the fire board, I did not know about this.
Okay.
So when we talk about flowing information, there are definite gaps. I have said it repeatedly. This body absolutely needs to have a meeting specifically regarding the fire department.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I think that has been our plan all along, subsequent to the next fire board meeting, when there should be some clarity on both recommendations to a modified governance structure and some of the financial issues that were enumerated tonight. Am I correct in saying that, City Manager O'Toole?
Yeah, I think tentatively we had talked about trying to get this the first meeting in June before yourself and Councilmember CO are gone.
Okay, so what I would recommend to the body in, you have essentially a month's time, that if there are specific issues or concerns or matters that you don't feel that you have clarity on, please email those to myself or the city manager, and we will make sure that they are addressed and that you receive the appropriate background information and data so that we can have an informed and enlightened discussion, likely at our first meeting in June. And let me also say for the record that I think all of these challenges, they are big challenges, and we're trying to transition the fire department to effectively meet the needs of our community for the next 10, 15, 20 years. It could seem on the surface to be a daunting task, but nothing is impossible, and I think all of these issues can be resolved, and we can put the fire department on a strong trajectory to effectively meet the needs of our community in the years ahead. So we do have a modified motion on the floor, moved by Delarico, seconded by Rice. If there's no additional discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 23-118, proposed budget for FY24. This is 7/1/23 to 6/30/24, scheduling of the public hearing. This is simply a motion to acknowledge receipt of the memo from City Treasurer Cole and to approve and adopt or not to approve the resolution as submitted, setting a public hearing on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 for Monday, May the 15th, 2023 at 7 p.m. with public notice to be given by law.
Move to acknowledge, approve, and adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Seo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Rice. I'll get you on the next one, Mr. Kamara Sulak. This is pretty straightforward. City Treasurer Cole, would you care to make any obligatory remarks for the record?
Just a note that this is, we're ahead of schedule for about 2 weeks. The reason one of the decisions why we were able to move forward is through the hard work of the department heads, the city manager, and all of council in being able to so thoroughly review the budget up to this point. In addition, the projections are greatly needed so that we can move forward and adopt those so that we can finish out the fiscal year strong.
Very good. Are there questions for the city treasurer regarding the setting of the public hearing? Mr. Gearbaugh.
Just because of the public hearing tonight we discussed, could you reiterate the two major aspects that we believe need to occur in order for the budget to be balanced?
We talked about several aspects, so.
Dispatch
And
parking.
Okay, yeah, so in order to have a balanced budget, and we certainly can speak more to this for the next agenda item as well, we do have to legally present a balanced budget. To do so, we had proposed the dispatch of dispatch services by police being outsourced to Washtenaw County, and proposed downtown parking.
Thank you.
Any additional questions regarding the scheduling of the public hearing? Then there's a motion on the floor moved by CO, seconded by Rice to acknowledge, to approve, and to adopt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to agenda item 23-119, consideration of FY24 General Appropriations Act. This will be a motion to acknowledge the memo dated April 25th, 2023 from City Treasurer Cole regarding consideration of a millage for FY23-24 General Appropriations Act, and to direct staff to utilize the millage rate for fiscal year 2023-2024 of 18.1660. That includes a full 1 mil for fire special assessment.
Move to acknowledge and direct staff.
Okay, been moved by Gearbox to acknowledge and to direct staff. Again, additional consideration will be made at a future meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by CO. Again, this is very straightforward, Treasurer Cole, but I will provide you an opportunity to comment if you'd like.
Just to recap, the same items that we talked about before were the two major budget items that we had to include in order to make the balanced budget this year. And we have included the general fund and the summary roll-up of all the individual funds, and encourage any members of the public or council to reach out to us with any questions.
Very good. Any outstanding questions for the City Treasurer? Real quick, Mr. Gearbox.
And to clarify, there was no increase in the operating millage. The only increase is direct dollars related to the use for fire protection, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, it's been properly moved by Gearbox, seconded by CO to acknowledge and to direct. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to the first reading of ordinance number 856. This is to define, permit, and regulate accessory dwelling units, ADUs. This will be a motion, a simple motion to acknowledge receipt of the memo from Community Development Director Harrington, and to acknowledge the first reading of ordinance number 856, an ordinance to define, permit, and regulate accessory dwelling units.
So moved. Acknowledge and acknowledge.
I'll let CO be the mover and Kamara Sulak be the second. Then I'll turn it over to Mr. Harrington. I'll have Mr. Gearbox comment as the liaison to the Planning Commission. Since this was discussed there, we will welcome your feedbacks and comments, and then we will subsequently vote to approve or either reject this ordinance at a subsequent meeting. Mr. Harrington, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. This has been an issue that the Code Review Committee originally took up. They started on it last year, right when I started with the community. Ordinance was then carried through over the course of the year in a handful of meetings with code review to then go to planning earlier this year and now be in front of you before. Received a 7-to-1 vote recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. So accessory dwelling units, for those of you who don't know, are a separate dwelling that's independent of the principal structure. So sometimes they're found in like a bonus room, which is an attic. Sometimes they're basements. Sometimes they're detached garage or attached garages. But essentially, it's a self-contained living area for another family or for another person that's independent of the principal dwelling or the home. So the ordinance that you have before you is a step to just define and regulate them very minimally within our community. So accessory dwelling units would be allowed by right in the R2, which is the two-family district. It's primarily downtown, North and South Ann Arbor Street, East and West Henry and McKay. There is no required approval. As I mentioned, since it's a by right allowance, so the City Council, the ZBA, or the Planning Commission will not be reviewing these, each individual applications. It goes through the building department like any other ask or for an accessory structure. Accessory dwelling units are going to be held to the same rules, standards as other detached or attached accessory structures. They have the same area, height, and setback restrictions. The only caveat is that attached accessory dwelling units, so things within a garage, have a floor area cap, whereas attached garages do not have the same floor area cap as other attached accessory structures. The only change we made to the accessory structure section was we used to discriminate based on whether the accessory building was being used as a garage or for another purpose. So if someone wanted a pole barn, for example, that wasn't being used to store their vehicle, that was not permitted, but if they wanted to call it a garage, then I had to permit it. So it was just a semantic thing. So we took out the discrimination based on whether they're openly claiming to use it as a garage or something else. The other caveat is that the former cap was 14 feet in height, which we've now modified to 24 feet in height or less than the height of the principal structure. So if you have a 20-foot house, the new rule for a detached accessory structure is that it could not be taller than the house, 20 feet. Or if you have a 40-foot house, which shouldn't happen because you have a height cap of 35 feet, it can't be taller than 24 feet. This is the only fundamental change we made to the rules and regulations surrounding accessory structures. Additionally, for accessory dwelling units, they'd be permitted on R2 lots, as I mentioned, without the other second dwelling existing. So if you already have a duplex in an R2 lot, you would not be allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit. It only applies to single-family homes that are zoned for two families that are only exercising one of those families, essentially. An area that was highly contested in Ann Arbor had to do with sewer and water connections. So Ann Arbor originally required applicants to provide their own separate connections for accessory dwelling units. It's a very expensive process. It's about $10,000 here. So we're allowing people to connect off their existing connections from the sewer and water, provided that the engineer does not have any concerns. Additionally, if the property owner would like to establish a second sewer or water connection, they'd be free to do so. And then last, that an accessory dwelling unit ordinance would require the owner to show an additional proof of parking. So they need one additional spot outside of the two required for the principal dwelling. So they would need to provide 3 parking spots on their site total. So those are the major mechanics of it, but when you boil it down, it's primarily just allowing this use more so than allowing any new structures.
Very good. My apologies. I failed to mention that this was actually first broached at the code review level. Mr. Dell'Orco, Councilmember Dell'Orco, as our liaison to code review, would you care to comment on this matter first, to provide some perspective from that body before I defer to Mr. Gearbaugh, who's our rep on planning?
Sure, Mayor. The code review was asked by this council to take up reviewing this ordinance having a hand in developing this ordinance roughly early last year. So we've been working on it for quite a while. There's been a lot of substantive back and forth with our city planner, Carlisle Wortman. There was a number of meetings where Mr. Ehrbach attended and provided helpful suggestions to help us craft the ordinance. So we worked intimately with Carlisle Wortman on developing this. This is, in my mind, a milestone achievement because it actually substantively addresses the issue of affordable housing in our community. This prevents or creates an avenue for people to age in place, people to keep their in-laws on property, and creates an avenue for people to provide housing at a lower cost. And one of the things that we thought was important was to do this in a pilot program, and that's why essentially it's limited to R2. We thought we would see how it goes in R2, as that area is already zoned a multifamily, and if it's successful and it works, then maybe we can think about moving it out to other parts of the community, but for right now, it's limited to R2. The ordinance itself is dense. There's a lot of details, and I myself needed to read it several times before I even had my head around it to have questions for Carlisle Wortman, so I would encourage my colleagues to take a deep dive on this one before even thinking about it.
Very good. Thank you for that analysis. That was very good. Mr. Gearbaugh, anything you'd like to add from a planning commission perspective?
Yeah, and just maybe a little bit background. This was actually triggered by a request on Henry Street to turn a garage into an auxiliary unit, and it went before the ZBA, where we had not really had any of these kind of ordinances or any direction on how this should be done, and some exceptions were made as a result of that commission that basically eliminated a lot of potential development of it, or actually even guidelines on how we'd want to see those happen. The thing with this one came forward, I do believe there's a number of improvements on it. A lot of the aspects of it is that building codes will drive what facility and how a facility would be used as an auxiliary unit, because you may have a building, but you can't just move into it. And Mr. Harrington had mentioned that there may be requirements of a better foundation and some other things. So this is not a simple, you can throw a bed into a garage and hope that it can be used. It requires a number of things. The one concern, and I did vote, I am the one dissenting vote on that, I felt that when we first initially talked about this, and because of the way that it was proceeded with the ZBA, that this was going to be an owner-occupied type situation where if an individual wanted to maintain their home and have this for a relative or some other individual, they would be able to use that and rent it out, not that you would have what could eventually be an absentee landlord that could not only convert maybe the house into 2 apartments, but then also a 3rd unit. Or understanding tonight, it seems there's a little more clarification on what and where you can do an auxiliary unit, depending on whether it's a duplex versus a single home?
You have to live on property.
I would add that the property, you don't have to live on the property in order to have it. So that's absolutely a fair provision, but that was one thing we discussed at code review as well, was to not have that provision because it makes the ordinance less effective. It leaves it open to less people effectively if you remove the owner occupation requirement. However, it is a common requirement and it is something that the city council is absolutely free to add to the ordinance if they see fit.
So that was, from my perspective of planning, those were the things that I had. I may have some other comments later on, but from the perspective of the planning, it did go past 7 to 1. They felt that, yes, this would be a way of allowing additional density and housing by not having it owner occupied.
Very good. Well, let's do, similar to what we did at the work meeting, we'll do a round of questions or comments, and I'll limit you to 5 minutes, and Mr. Gearbaum, Mr. Delorco, I'll return to you if you have additional thoughts in your capacities as council members as opposed to liaisons to the Planning Commission and Code Review respectively. Let me start with Ms. Rice. Do you have any comments or questions for the Community Development Director regarding this proposed ordinance, understanding that we'll come back for subsequent action?
Just a couple of brief comments. Thank you very much. I did sit briefly on Code Review Committee as a citizen and was in a couple of those meetings with our planning consultants, and I thought that they were doing really good due diligence. I do remember a conversation where we thought perhaps they were doing too much due diligence because it was taking them a while, but I think that they, between them and Community Director Harrington, I think they really looked thoroughly at some of the surrounding communities and some of their best practices and the differences between those communities and what we could start with here in the city of Saline. So on my initial read, I do fully support this. There are a couple of details that I want to make sure that I am reading correctly, but I will ask those subsequent, at either the subsequent meeting or I'll privately ask Mr. Harrington. I do think that this is a baby step in our plan for more affordable housing in Saline. I know we've talked about many different options over the last few months, and I do appreciate that this is going to work nicely, I think, into our master plan. I live in the R2 district, and I live in the historic district, and I do know that this has been something that's been talked about amongst neighbors who have, barns and garages and things that are, could be put to good use with, elderly parents, and redeveloping those so that the parents can live out there. So I look forward to this passing, but I will hold my questions until I've more thoroughly read this.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Delorco, anything you'd like to add?
Not at this time. I think it's up to the council to vet and deliberate over the actual nuts and bolts of the ordinance itself, and we can go from there.
Okay, easy enough. Mr. Gearbaum, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just a couple of things. My hope and support of this was that because we were going to do this in the historical districts, again, it is that issue of maintaining those homes and having there are large buildings, garages, barns, other facilities that would allow for those homes, because those requirements that we have in a historic district can be somewhat cost prohibitive or affecting them, that this would be allowed. I did not necessarily want to restrict it to just family members owner, but I did want to make it sure that it was an owner occupied, because studies have shown, and as we've seen in other communities, when you start to maximize profit out of properties in terms of trying to turn them over as housing residential, they don't necessarily keep them up or maintain them to the standards that we have expected in this community, especially when we passed a number of blight laws and ordinances and rental inspections. So that was one of my reasons in supporting that, because I felt that that was the issue, to provide not only the ability for you to have your family and have them support, but also to provide income for those individuals to maintain those homes if they want to stay in them for a long period of time. Although tonight, Mr. Harrington had mentioned something about duplexes versus a single-family home and whether we would permit another auxiliary unit on that property. I don't believe we discussed that at planning, so can you clarify that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if a duplex is currently present on the home, if you already have the two-family classification of R2, you could not additionally have an accessory dwelling unit. So it limits it to two dwellings per site, whether that's a single-family ADU or a duplex. But we're avoiding going over the two-family classification as a result.
That's helpful in understanding that, because that I don't think was really talked about at planning. There wasn't a lot of discussion at planning, so that's helpful to have a little bit more of that. The other one you'd mentioned, this would be a by right. Does Ann Arbor and the other ones have a by right, and it's just a review based upon building?
I believe it's by right, but I would have to touch base with Planner Auerbach on that one.
Okay, that would be helpful to understand for our next reading is what communities do make it just a clear by right, or are there other steps in which they review this? And then one of the things, when you mentioned that you already have a duplex and you would allow one on where there's single-family homes, I'm concerned that that becomes a non-conforming versus the conforming, and there's a lot of things in there that start to make it seem odd, but we'll wait until you explain it differently. And then lastly, one of my concerns is that because we're rolling this out in the R2 district, and not all of the homes are necessarily protected under a historical district, there are a number of homes that could be impacted by the changes that are made that do not preserve the homes as it does currently. One of my biggest concerns lately is there's a house on Russell Street that is significantly historical in our community and was one of the first homes built and has just previously been renovated to a point where all historical architectural aspects of it have been removed. So this encourages the kind of redevelopment and density, but it doesn't necessarily encourage preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. I am in support of the ordinance as currently written. I think Councilmember Rice was quite strategic in her diction, her word choice, when she said this is a quote-unquote baby step in the right direction of creating more obtainable, affordable housing within the community. I think that's absolutely right. I think it is one step, but there are subsequent actions that will need to be taken by this body and the community more broadly. But because of that, I am strongly in favor of moving forward with this, and will be voting in the affirmative when this is reconsidered at a future meeting. I'm not adverse to actively considering the point that Mr. Gearbaugh made about limiting this to owner-occupied, but I would need to see the data and analysis that he referenced. So if you have that, I would welcome that before this is considered for final adoption. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add, and just appreciate the work that our planner, our community development staff, and planning commission and code review put into this. Councilmember Dillon, Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. I believe Mr. Gearbaugh mentioned this, is that it does have a significant impact on our historic district. And I would like to see if there is input from the HDC committee as to this, and what exactly, pinpointing which properties could partake in this, and making sure of what that would look like for us with those properties. Because we may not actually have a legal purview over them at this point. But I know that there are discussions right now of enhancing our historic districts, and I would hate to sort of miss that window of including properties, because they were sort of ships passing in the night of there's a historic district being proposed, which would have encompassed where these homes are, which would have set different standards for them. So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with this. And then I think you answered my question. So if you have a one-family and then add an ADU, that one family cannot then at all be split into a two-family, correct?
That is correct, unless they applied for a variance,
Okay.
which would be true for, I guess, any of these instances. Someone could always be freely apply for a use variance, and whether that's granted or not is kind of at the behest of the ZBA. But in 99.999% of the time, I would not recommend approval for that sort of variance.
Okay. And then just as a reminder, an ADU must meet the same standards as a home. It must have a bathroom, must have like the same configuration as a home, correct?
That is correct. How we are defining an ADU as a self-contained living unit, or how the building code would regulate it, it needs to have a bathroom with a shower, it needs to have a kitchen facility. There are far more requirements that would go into it than simply to the earlier comment of putting a bed in a garage. I mean, you have to have insulation, you have to have a correct foundation. It's not a very inexpensive thing to do.
Correct. I will say I am also in favor of owner-occupied properties. I think that once you get beyond that, you're basically turning it into Airbnbs, is that you can have that turnover. You're not going to have that consistency of having a property owner there in which we're guaranteeing that our standards are being met for our quality. We've seen issues now with our rental inspections of absentee landlords and what that looks like. I don't want to exasperate that if there's an opportunity to not I do want to make just two statements very quickly. One thing is that we keep throwing around the word that this could, ADUs provide affordable housing. That's not necessarily the case. I'd rather say it's diversified housing because it's not necessarily going to be inexpensive housing. It's just a different style of housing. So I want to be very cautious in that because we are not looking at a price point attached to this. And then the other piece is that I really want to be mindful, and I appreciate the time that has been spent, and I want this body to be very thoughtful in reading and rereading this document and asking questions up front, because we've learned from other ordinances that we've created that sometimes we had the best of intentions, but that doesn't necessarily translate into the way the document is crafted, and you can't go backwards. Once we've granted rights, we can't take those away. And so I really want to be mindful that we get this right the first time and that what we're putting out there is what our actual intention is.
Let me, there was an interesting point that was brought up. I'll jump back to you, Mr. Delorco, once I hear from Councilmembers CO and Camara Sulak.
Okay.
I have a question, though, for Councilmember Rice as our liaison to HDC. I have an assumption here, but I want it confirmed. This proposed ordinance and the potential impact it would have on historic properties, specifically in our historic districts, this has not been discussed at the HDC level, has it?
Not since I've been on HTC, no.
Okay. What I would recommend, because I think that is a very good suggestion, it may delay the adoption or second reading of this proposal by an additional meeting. I believe you just recently had your
We
HDC
did,
meeting.
yes.
So you meet
We
then.
meet again on the 18th of May.
Okay, so it'll be after our next council meeting. So unless there's objection from the dais or for staff, I would like to empower you as the HDC liaison to bring this forward, to provide a copy, maybe to invite the appropriate staff members, specifically Mr. Harrington if he's available, and then to report back to us, which would likely mean we would be considering this for final adoption in early June, which gives council members ample time to review this and to ask questions. And again, a point I seem to make ad nauseum, you don't need to wait to a council meeting to ask questions. If you do have concerns you'd like to meet privately with Mr. Harrington, please take advantage of that over the next 30 days. Mr. Seal, you have 5 minutes if you would like them.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a question, I guess. I don't know whether to go to Mr. Harrington, to Ms. Rice as a member of the HDC, or who. But is there a requirement now in our historic district ordinances that would require the owner to live on site in a historic district home?
I'm not aware if that would actually be legal, so no.
No.
I guess I don't share then the same feeling of need for my colleagues have expressed of having an owner-occupied primary dwelling where we have an accessory dwelling unit, because I think you can run into the same difficulty even with the primary unit, if it's not owner-occupied. If somebody doesn't own something, they just don't have the same sense of responsibility, it seems to me. In many cases, they do, and some people take extra care because they don't want to ruin the privilege of living in a beautiful home. But I don't share the same fear that my colleagues do, that it be an accessory dwelling unit, be it an owner-occupied property. I just don't see that. I do see this, though, as we've talked, as either a key to beginning the process of providing more affordable housing, more dense housing, more whatever housing you want to call it, by whatever name, that I think that this begins to get us around that corner and down that street, and I look forward to its implementation.
Absolutely, and if I may, Mayor, I think the conversation about whether this is affordable or not, it might be misleading, because when you think of affordable, there's all different contexts to it. Are we talking about 80% of the area median income, or are we talking about affordable relatively in the context of Saline? So, for example, the 207 Monroe property that we just sold, we're talking about price points of about $300,000. Now, that's definitely more affordable than our average sales price of $450,000, but that's not meeting that 60 to 80% AMI. What I think that ADUs do, and a lot of other of our, hopefully coming down the line, residential density improvements do, is just provide a diversity of types of housing. So this might not be deeply affordable for people who live below the poverty line, but it does provide alternatives and other options for people within our community. And because of that, because people will sort into a housing product that meets their needs, it frees up more expensive housing, more unattainable housing for folks that need it more regularly. And that, in turn, can lower the price. So it's not necessarily affordable, but it's about people finding their product essentially on the housing market. If you think about it like market economics, I think maybe it's a little bit easier to understand what we mean when we say affordable in this context versus affordable as in workforce housing or affordable as in Cabrini Green in Chicago kind of housing.
Very good. Anything else, Mr. Seal?
No, sir.
Easy enough. Mr. Kamir-Sulak, you have 5 minutes if you'd like it.
All right, yes, thank you. I appreciate and I agree with your comments, especially as it regards to diversifying our housing stock. And I don't think it has to be owner-occupied, because it could be somebody that just needs housing for a while. I mean, yes, sometimes older kids are aging in place. It is a very good option. And I know that in some cities where it's ultra expensive to live, you know, just about every other house has an ADU, and it serves the community because it is, I'm afraid to say accessible, but maybe attainable for you know, and more reasonable for some people. And it can really increase the value of a house. Coming from a valuation standpoint, sometimes it's not that expensive to add on to if it can be a basement or part of the garage, the back of the garage. It just has to have a kitchen, living area, and a bathroom. It doesn't have to have a fancy bedroom. It could just be, you know, an efficiency. I don't know if we're allowed to ban, you know, any Airbnbs or that type of housing or business.
So you'd be prohibited from running a business out of an ADU, essentially, similar to any sort of other home occupation. And additionally, you can't create the space to then run a business out of it or rent somebody to run a business out of it. Now, as for Airbnbs and other short-term rentals, we currently do not regulate that as a community. I know there was a state law potentially preempting cities from establishing those, but I don't know what ended up happening to that law. So currently, we don't regulate short-term rentals. So in theory, an ADU in our community could be used for an Airbnb purpose.
Okay. I don't know if that's a good reason not to have it, but I think it could be, that it shouldn't be limited to owner-occupied. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Very good. Before we wrap this up and vote on the motion to acknowledge Mr. DeLorco, I believe you had one final comment?
Yeah, I just want a point of clarification. Based on some of my colleagues' concerns around the historic district and the preservation of the character in the community in the historic district, just to use my own home as an example, I live in the historic district, and when the detached garage was built on the property, all the same historic building requirements were applied to the garage that existed for the house. So the garage had to appear as a carriage house. It had to have 2 garage doors. It had to have the look and feel of the home itself. So my question is, for the building department, would those same historic district requirements be imposed on anyone who built new structures on the property for the purpose of an ADU?
Yes, absolutely. So provided that it is in the historic district, which I think was the one contention here, that there's potentially this expansion of the HDC that I'm not cognizant of.
Okay.
But yes, but effectively, it doesn't change any of the structural requirements, any of the approval requirements. All it does is really just allow us to change the use of what you're using that structure for.
Okay, so the preservation is still there.
If it's in the HDC, the preservation requirement will remain the same, yes.
Okay. And then, sorry, Dino.
No, I was going to let you know that it would impact mostly the homes on Michigan Avenue, East Henry, those areas where we do not have, Monroe Street, there are no historical districts there. So there's a number of homes, and even on McKay and Russell and
Okay.
some areas.
Okay. And then to address some concerns around what semantics, whether we use the word affordable, attainable, accessible, an ADU is almost inherently going to be smaller square feet than the principal structure. We don't have a lot of small square footage rental property or purchase property, new development in Saline. When new developers come in, they build homes in the 2,400 square foot to 3,000 square foot range, and they sell for much greater than that. The rent is determined by price per square foot. So if you look at the lot size requirements and all the things that are baked into this ordinance that will limit the size of the ADU, that will inherently follow with a lower price point for these ADUs, and which is something that we can offer the community that we currently can't.
Very good. Ms. Rice, again, we're going to empower you to share this information and the proposed ordinance with the HDC and report back, which means we will be considering a final vote on this issue at our first meeting in May, which will be first meeting in June, excuse me, which will be June the 5th. Okay?
Mayor, before we close out, may I ask one more question?
Please.
Prior to voting, I would like each council member to state whether they live in a district, if their home is in a district, if they will be voting on something which they can have a direct benefit to. I believe they should disclose that.
I just did, and I'm happy to recuse myself from the vote if you think that's
I
necessary.
just want to make sure that public-facing, we all show that whether we have a vested interest.
So my concern with that is that we have a vested interest in all of these things because we live in the city of Saline. So everything we vote on, we have a vested interest in.
Yes, so I'm
Go ahead.
happy to engage the attorney if that's your direction, but the general consensus is everything you do, when you set sewer rates and water rates, you all have an interest in that by the inherent nature of being residents. Certainly, I think it's best practice, if you want to say this impacts me more personally than maybe some of my other council members, but there's not a direct financial benefit from that action. So I highly doubt our attorney is going to require that be done.
Putting a rental unit on your property is a direct benefit to that property and homeowner.
If it's already there.
Neither party is talking about, we're not voting for them to put rental units specifically on their property. We're changing something about the underlying zoning designation.
I agree with your assessment. I think if I were a betting man, I'd say I'm 99.9% sure that's correct. But to add clarity, can we get an opinion from legal prior to voting on final adoption on June the 5th? Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, move to acknowledge and to acknowledge. It was moved by CO, seconded by Kamara Sulak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. The motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 23-121, Bella Terrace Phase 2 final PUD. This will be a motion to approve or not to approve the final PUD for Bella Terrace Phase 2.
Motion to acknowledge.
Okay, it's been moved by Dylan to acknowledge. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kamara Sulak. Mr. Harrington, would you like to begin with a brief synopsis of Planning Commission's discussion on this, on Phase 2 at their recent meeting?
I would say Phase 2 is relatively innocuous. So it is new homes. It's immediately east of the existing Phase 1 of Bella Terrace, which is located on Maple Road. If you hop on, drive straight out, it goes to the end of the city's current boundaries in the community. Essentially, it will mirror very similarly what the first phase was, Phase 1 was. The only outstanding issues for this were whether some minor changes in lighting and whether the facade or the building palette make up slight modifications from the preliminary now to the final warranted a major PUD amendment. It was both the opinion of Planner Auerbach, myself, and then ultimately the recommendation of the Planning Commission that those two changes or discrepancies from the preliminary PUD now to the final PUD be viewed as minor amendments. Effectively, the difference between a major and a minor amendment results in a process. So if it was a major amendment, they would have to bring it all the way back through the preliminary phase to then reapprove. Obviously, it was not seen as a major amendment when they went for Phase 1, so we recommend consistency on that. We attached, I believe, 15 conditions, which I know seems rather daunting, and this is something we talked about at length at Planning Commission, and the applicant actually went through each of the conditions. We're currently in a limbo phase where we do not have a formal construction review process, but we're as part of these site plans with OHM going out and making sure that our conditions are delineated, that the city has its interests protected through the conditions. So it might seem like a lot of conditions, but the vast majority of these, if you go back and watch the Planning Commission meeting, are simply procedural data things that will make sure that we have the correct information in our GIS system, that we have the most accurate plan submitted to us, so that when we have to go back in future years and reference what's actually on that site, we have a really, really positive understanding of what's there. So I know the conditions seem overwhelming, but I promise you the vast majority of them are relatively innocuous, and most of them have already been resolved by Pulte as they continue to work with OHM and our city engineer.
Very good, thank you. Yes, this Phase 2 was certainly more innocuous and generated less discussion than the subsequent motion, which is Phase 3. Would the developers representative care to make a brief comment regarding Phase 2, and then we'll hear from our liaison to the Planning Commission?
Yeah, good evening, Council. My name's Ted Hirsch. I'm with Midwestern Consulting. We're the civil consultant for the project, and here with a couple of representatives from Pulte. And really, not too much to say. Good summary by Mr. Harrington there, but we're really just here to answer any questions you have about the recommendations or any of the conditions.
Very good. And Joe, Paul, thank you for being here. Why don't you hang tight, my friend, because I'm sure there will be some questions. Mr. Gearbaugh, any comments regarding Phase 2 PUD?
No, we reviewed most of the conditions and whatever. There were some issues about regarding light and maybe have some placement of light poles and things like that. Those were all basically will be either resolved through ordinance review, building code, or additional input, I think, that was required. The only thing that I had asked and was assured that all aspects of Phase 1 were resolved and completed, especially the connection and maintenance of the roundabout that connects to the Legacy Heights subdivision. And I believe per the engineer and per Mr. Harrington, there are no outstanding issues at this point.
Care to comment on that, Engineer Humphries?
A punch list for that site was issued in September of 2022, so there is a punch list outstanding for that site at this time.
And all responsibility has been identified as who will maintain what and where?
For the northern part of Concerto Trail specifically, that has been determined going to be under the jurisdiction of the city of Saline, or ultimately to be.
So we'll be maintaining a road that's in the township?
That's true.
Okay, that was not necessarily clarified during the Planning Commission. We were under the impression that it.
So we do need the Washtenaw County Road Commission to basically release that right-of-way to the city. That is something they've done in the past when we've annexed property. This is just kind of an odd situation because it wasn't a part of the original annexation of the parcel. So it'll be an additional process for their board to release that right-of-way to the city.
And then that'll come into us, we'll receive whatever.
Yeah, it'll come in and it'll
Very
count towards our
minimal.
Act 51.
Yeah, whatever.
What do we know where the Road Commission is at in granting that?
I don't know where they're at in granting it. They're
We haven't asked.
Yes,
We're
they're.
asking
Oh, we
for the
haven't asked,
petitioner
okay.
to address the punch list items in relation. There are punch list items that are in regards to that road, and so we're not going to ask the road commission to.
Until they're final.
Yeah,
It is
yes.
to our
Makes sense.
standards.
But we do feel everything else has been met, that we don't have any issues with Phase 1 that are a concern at this point.
Assuming the punch list is adequately addressed, then yeah, everything. So, and it's going through the process, like Mr. Harrington explained, that we have started the process of inspecting the infrastructure that was installed in Phase 1. A punch list was issued, I'm going to say, late September of 2022. There was less activity on the site over the winter. They're picking back up again, so I do expect some response on the punch list in the near future.
The reason why I brought this up, generally, I don't want to leave loose ends when we move into another phase. So if there is a recommendation by either the city manager or Mr. Harrington to include a further condition, please let us know.
I would say it's because the development, the Phase 1 and Phase 2 will be happening, at least to my understanding, somewhat concurrently this summer. So it's not like they're ceasing all work on Phase 1 before they begin Phase 2. I think it makes sense, and I believe the punch list is being made, they're having adequate progress made on the punch list, so.
And I do believe the development agreement ultimately speaks to this, because
Yes.
the development agreement requires that the city engineer signs off on the infrastructure. So there's
Yes, it
other
does.
catches, if you will, in the agreements.
Thanks. Because I know that was such a contentious issue that we weren't sure where it was going, so.
The road ownership, yes,
definitely.
was a stumbling block this fall.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for city staff or our guests? Mayor Pro Tem Dillon?
Thank you. So just for clarification, these roads are built to city standards?
Yes, that is the intent, yes. And they have been inspected per city standards, and there's an outstanding punch list associated with the roads.
And same with the roundabout, it has been built to city standards?
The roundabout has been built to the approved plans. I wouldn't say we have city standards for a roundabout. But yes, we have a plan that was approved for that roundabout, and it was built to, well, that's what we're checking right now. Yes, it was built in general conformance with the approved site plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Mr. Seal?
Yes. I know there's been several comments made about the lighting. What's the final number of lights? Is it 6 or 9 or?
I don't have the final number in front of me, but basically where it was commented on that there was some lacking coverage, it was shown that light poles were just kind of at the intersections, and we're adding mid-block streetlights.
So it's been.
Correct. It's been largely resolved at this point, yes. But just because of how the process works in the plans, we have to make the comment on the plans to make sure that it was done conformity.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all I had.
Any additional questions? There's a motion simply to acknowledge, that was moved by Dillon, seconded by Kamara Sulak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion now to approve or not to approve the final PUD for Bella Terrace Phase 2?
Move to approve.
Moved by Gearbaugh to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Seal. Is there any additional discussion? There is none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Last action item of the evening is agenda item 23-122, Bella Terrace Phase 3 PUD. This will be a motion to approve or not to approve the final PUD for Bella Terrace Phase 3.
Move to acknowledge.
Moved again to simply acknowledge. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dillon. Mr. Harrington, again, I'll defer to you, then our guest, and then Mr. Gearbaugh, who is the rep from Planning Commission.
Absolutely. This was a little bit delayed, so I'd like to thank the applicant because there was a discrepancy that our new fire chief caught about fire access to the site. So you'll notice that there is an emergency access drive now included in the plan off of Maple. It will be closed off permanently with a bollard and chain method per the recommendation of our fire chief as a prime way to ensure security and quick removal of that chain should a disaster or fire occur. So I'd like to thank the applicant for their willingness to remedy that mistake as well as for us to go forward. That was one of the items that was a major or minor PUD amendment that the Planning Commission recommended that we view as minor in addition to the building palette, in addition to, once again, the somewhat discrepancy with the lighting. So it's our opinion that the application meets the conditions for final PUD approval. The Planning Commission further talked about the issue of including a sidewalk on the western side of Maple Avenue. I would recommend that the City Council ask the applicant about that, but it is something that we've talked about with the applicant. It's something that applicants provided us commentary that I had reviewed by our city engineer who can also comment on it. I would just add that it's unfortunately not as easy as just adding a sidewalk on west of Maple Ave because of how the right-of-ways were determined, because of how the lots are situated. There's a lot more that unfortunately goes into this that would move the entire development 10 feet to the west, essentially, which has all sorts of additional engineering concerns, additional planning concerns, and like I said, it's just fundamentally not as easy as adding a sidewalk. So it's something that staff is happy to continue to work with the applicant on, but I would caution you for making it a firm condition of approval.
Can I ask a question? Well, actually, no, let's defer to our guest. My apologies. If you'd like to comment on Phase 3, we would welcome that.
That's okay. I don't have a lot additional to say at this point. Again, just we'll respond to any questions that come up.
Before I defer to Mr. Gearbaugh, Ms. Humphreys, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, have you done an analysis on the feasibility of a sidewalk on the west side of Maple adjacent to Bella Terrace Phase 3?
No.
Okay.
I've looked at an email today about it.
Okay. So I have spoken to Mr. Score about this matter. I've spoken to the city manager and to the community development director. And as a matter of policy moving forward, it wouldn't directly impact this development. But I do think council ought to go on the record and adopt a resolution regarding sidewalks to avoid the sidewalk deficiencies that we have in our community, specifically gaps with developments. So I think our standard should be installation of sidewalks whenever possible. And I think that should be a pretty strong mandate coming from the legislative body of the city of Saline. Additionally, I talked to the city manager about also doing a resolution on private streets to ensure that those do not become the responsibility of the city 10, 15, 20 years after the fact. If developers want to do private roads, that's fine, but we don't need to incur additional liabilities and costs in the future. That has no bearing on this project, but I thought I'd mention it for the public record. So, you can cut this round, you can cut this flat. Obviously, in my judgment, we don't need consensus on the design, installation, cost of a sidewalk today, because we're looking realistically at I don't know why I got Huntington Woods stuck in my mind.
This is a Huntington Woods example.
It's a perfect example.
Bella Terrace, excuse me. Yeah. We're looking for people to start occupying homes in Phase 3 at the earliest 2024.
Mr. Score?
Good evening, Joe Score, Pulte Homes of Michigan. Yeah, I would say at the earliest, late '24, possibly into 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess my point would be, I would strongly encourage staff to work with the developer and the city engineer's office, one, to determine the feasibility and appropriateness and inherent challenges of designing a sidewalk, and then if we can move forward, I certainly think that we should. Because again, to an earlier point I made, there are clear deficiencies that exist in this community because sidewalks were not installed at the moment of development. And that could be avoided by doing a sidewalk at the appropriate time. So again, we don't need to finalize all the details. We don't have all the details, and they don't need to be resolved until next year at this time at the very earliest. But I am very much in favor of staff working with the appropriate parties to see about making this happen. Mr. Gearbaugh, do you have some comments as the Planning Commission rep?
Yeah, just a couple things I'll address before I go to the sidewalk. The fire lane is similar to what's at Brecken Village that was required to put in there. There's a ballard and a chain there for access into that. So we have done that previously. It's unfortunate this wasn't caught initially, but I appreciate that it was reviewed and that we've identified this, and it should provide the necessary access. As for the sidewalks, I was the one that brought this up because it is a prime example of a similar issue that we may see that we did see with Huntington Woods. There were a couple of discussions of what potential options could be done. One, having the developer hopefully install this sidewalk at this time, or two, making it a requirement of either the homeowners association, somehow the development agreement or whatever, that any future request for a sidewalk is the responsibility of the homeowners within that phase of the development, thus taking it out of our responsibility, but guaranteeing that at some point, if they wish to have it, it would be part of theirs. The reason that, we as planning discussed this further was the concern of Maple Road is not just a normal city street, and even though we provided for a crossover at one point to come over and then back where the crossing light is, that does not solve the problem. It's the same issue we had on Macon Road where no one wanted to cross the road. They want to be able to stay on the sidewalk as far as they can until they feel that there's a safe component. So the other aspect of this too is another bridge will need to be built across the Wood Creek Drain because the one on the east side is there, but there isn't one on the west side to fully connect to the city. So whatever we do, as the mayor's mentioned here, there was discussion, I can't remember how we put it as a condition on the original document. I have to go back and look at it. I do remember we put something on there. But strongly, we need to have something that prevents, or doesn't make the city another responsibility to put in a $500,000 plus sidewalk as a result of something that, is a demand by the citizens that live in that area. This really should be done as part of the development. And there was, as I previously discussed, we allowed for the asphalt sidewalk on the other side when it really should have been cement, which is what we put in Huntington. So there's a whole background to this, and at this point, I'd rather make sure that we have whatever walkability that we are required and have promoted in our master plans be on all sides of the street. So with that, this is a discussion for the rest of council.
Very good. Are there questions for the applicant or for city staff? Ms. Rice.
So in looking at this, to continue the sidewalk conversation, in looking at this, the crosswalk that is going to connect Phase 1 to Phase 3, is that also going to be an enhanced crosswalk with flashing lights? Because that is right at the bottom of that hill.
Right, yeah, so that'll have the rapid flashing beacons.
Okay. So, it's the option for the time being until, further discussion about a potential sidewalk at some point. But, yeah, I just want to make a point that the 40-mile-per-hour speed signs aren't working. So we may need to do some sort of traffic enhanced study or put more cops out there once we get these neighborhoods built up, because people are used to, as soon as they get out of the city of Saline, just gunning it and going 55, and that's a big drastic change for commuters. So that is my one concern about this conversation that we're having about sidewalks, is that if that is the only means of crossing to get to that new path, it's a dangerous means of doing so.
Fair enough.
That's it.
Councilmember Dillon, then Mr. Seal.
Thank
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll jump back to you.
Yeah.
Everyone will get a chance. So I'll do Dillon, Seal, Delarico.
Thank you. So just for clarification, so I'm reading the plan right, there is no sidewalk in Phase 3 for them to even get from their project to Maplewood, like to the crosswalk?
So I guess I'm confused. So there is an internal crosswalk in Phase 3 that circulates that loop and then kicks to Phase 1, essentially with a crossing. But there, you are, to your point, no, there is not
So
any.
there's not even, like, because there's no bridge to get them to the crosswalk
Correct.
to get across the street. So, I mean, at minimum, they would need a bridge, even if they didn't have a frontage of sidewalk.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, further south. Yes, there is not
Yeah.
a bridge currently existing, and there's no sidewalk on Maple either. So there's no sidewalk to the south on the western end of Maple Road in the next subdivision down.
Right. So, I mean, they're kind of landlocked as far as walkability.
Unless they choose to cross the street to the eastern side, yes.
But can they get to the crosswalk to even cross the street, is what I'm saying, without going on the road?
From within the subdivision, yes, they
But
can
they would
cross
have
the
to
other
cross
side.
the road, yes. The crosswalk goes across Maple Ave.
That was the crosswalk I was just referencing and asking whether or not it was going to have flashing signs.
Which
and
he
stuff.
confirmed it
From the
will.
entrance of those two neighborhoods, like where you enter 3 and you enter 1, there's a crosswalk right there, and then they'll walk all the way down to get to the new crosswalk by Maple Woods or Maple Oaks or whatever that is. So they gotta cross the
Farms.
street, go down, and then cross back over.
Yeah.
Eventually,
No
because we
direct
have
way.
non-continuous sidewalks.
Okay. It just seems like at least having a bridge parallel to the other bridge that they put in on the east side would be necessary.
But there's no, then there would be, there's no pathway connecting the bridge, because the subdivision's here, that the bridge currently is south of the subdivision, and then there would be no sidewalk connecting them to said bridge to get them to where Maplewood begins, and there is no existing sidewalk, so they would then have to cross at that point, essentially. Unless we choose to infill sidewalk through Maplewood, and that's a longer discussion to have, essentially.
Right. Okay, I'll stop there then, because I need to find a picture to better understand this. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Seal?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I previously stated in review of these site plans and so on that I would not vote in favor of one that does not include sidewalks everywhere that they need to go. So I will not be voting in favor of Phase 3. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. DeLarco?
Yeah, I'm just for a point of clarification, this is the final site plan approval. So if we don't approve or demand a sidewalk at this point, how do we have another bite at the apple? I'm confused on that point.
So first of all, you can add it as a condition, and then second, a PUD is not.
But you advised us against that just now.
Well, I add it as a condition to further, to the mayor's language that he proposed earlier. But I would not add as a firm condition to say they are required to have a site walk until further engineering analysis can be done to see if it's actually feasible. And then I would add, too, that a PUD process is similar to a site plan because we're reviewing many of the same things, but it is not a site plan. What the final PUD does is ensure that you add all these additional layers of detail, but it's large conformity and consistency with the preliminary.
So when does the final site plan approval come through?
So there isn't a formal, it's baked into the PUD approval.
Okay, so essentially it's the same thing.
No, because as I mentioned, what we're looking at here is substantial conformity and consistency with the preliminary that was approved by this body 4 years ago.
But to his point, council's not going to get another bite at the apple after this.
No, but it goes to the point that the bite at the apple wasn't really at this point either. It was likely at the preliminary stage where such walkability was necessary to include. So there could be an argument to be made that there's another issue here. But
Wow.
If you have a quick comment, go ahead, City Manager O'Toole.
I was just going to add, it sounds like there is consensus, though, to at least add the condition that a sidewalk be reviewed for feasibility by city staff and, if feasible, incorporated.
Well, I think that's an option, or the option would be, I don't know how fast things can be turned around, but to postpone action to a date certain until that feasibility analysis can be provided so that this body can make an informed decision.
We would probably have to engage outside engineering to perform that feasibility, or is that, I'll defer to staff to answer that question.
So to actually perform a feasibility study?
To determine if a sidewalk could be put in and where.
Or more broadly, what pedestrian safety enhancements could be done in the absence of a traditional sidewalk or non-motorized pathway.
I'm typically used to operating under the mode of a developer submitting a study for us to review and react to. My quick look at this afternoon, I do have concerns with the available right-of-way, and that's something that, as Ben is getting to, as a preliminary site plan, item. So the right-of-way on the western side of Maple is actually less than the right-of-way on the east side of Maple Road. And so adding a sidewalk into an already limited right-of-way does have the potential to change the layout of the lots. So to answer the first question, though, I would recommend that a petitioner prepare something that we react to.
You want to respond to that at all? You don't have to, but provide you the courtesy.
So let me start by saying, we installed pathway on the east side of the road. We crossed the drain on the east side of the road. We constructed 2 crosswalks on the east side of the road. These were significant enhancements and upgrades to the pathway network and system. The original developer, for whatever reason, did not propose a sidewalk on the west side of the road, and he was not compelled by this council to install that sidewalk. And that was done, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. So, you know, I think I understand your priorities and your objectives relative to interconnectivity, but, you know, we made, again, significant enhancements and upgrades to the pathway system on the east side. And when you start talking about the west side, you've got serious physical, and we can do a study, but there are serious physical constraints associated with a pathway on the west side. You have, again, another drain crossing. South of the drain crossing, you have a pump station, okay? And then, as Mr. Harrington mentioned, south of that, you have no pathway system in the right-of-way, in the existing right-of-way, if there is existing right-of-way there. So I think there's lots of constraints, and I think that's possible. That's probably, again, I wasn't privy to these conversations 5 or 6 years ago, but I'm quite sure that a lot of this went into the reasoning and rationale behind the original approval.
Fair enough. And I appreciate that, Mr. Score. And there's no doubt the pathway and pedestrian safety enhancements that were done on the east side of the property are very profound and will certainly benefit the residents and property owners of that area for years to come. Part of my job is to count votes, and I'm gauging a pulse of my council members, which at least in theory, there's a strong belief that if it is possible to do a pathway or sidewalk on the west side, that would be ideal. I don't think, from my judgment, Phase 3 is going to happen. You will eventually get the approvals that you need to begin development. But if there's a way to investigate this further and then come back, I think that this body would feel much more confident in making an informed decision to move forward.
Sure, that's not a problem whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I missing? Were there any other questions from the district? Did you have one?
So I just want to be clear that I had not intended on voting no just based off of that. My questions were answered and sufficed that we have enhanced crosswalks. As you look through pathways throughout Washtenaw County, and, full disclosure, I sit on the Parks Commission, and one of the things we're trying to do is connect pathways throughout Washtenaw County all the way up to perhaps Border Trail or down into Lenawee County. Ideally, we could connect this path up to Textile Road. Textile Road path bounces back and forth across the street a couple of times due to things like ditches and infrastructure and things like that. So just,
Sure.
my opinion, it suffices.
And you're right, and obviously Ms. Humphries is correct, and I'm sure Mr. Score is as well, that there are inherent challenges to doing a sidewalk in this location. But I get the sense that we would like to peel back that onion at least one more layer to see if it's doable. Any additional comments from the dais? Mr. Gearbaugh, before we vote on it, we just have a motion to acknowledge at this point.
Yeah, just the reason I believe doing this and having this feasibility study will provide us with the city with information as to any pushback that happens from future homeowners, the schools, or anyone else in terms of what is required in order to do it, so that it may rationalize why it may be either cost prohibitive or significantly an issue that we can't afford, and that it takes on a responsibility of those homeowners.
And I will say, Mr. Score, to your point, before I get to you, Mr. Delorco, and then we'll vote, you're correct. Ideally, this should have been caught during the preliminary site plan, so I'll take some responsibility for that. But as you know, legislative bodies, planning commissions, we're not infallible. We make mistakes, and I guess the point I would try to make is that you try to do things so that it doesn't create catastrophes or major problems down the road. So I think that, at least from my perspective, would be the genesis for taking a step back and doing just a little bit additional analysis. Mr. Delorco, do you want to make a quick comment before we vote?
Yeah, it just follows that same sentiment. This preliminary site plan approval was deliberated prior to my coming on council. I'm just surprised that we would be moving in the direction of repeating a mistake that cost us over a decade of grief. So I want to be very judicious about how we proceed with this.
Okay, very good.
If I can add too, I think staff is in generally very much supporting of sidewalks and non-motorized transit throughout the community. I think that part of what maybe is missing here is the complexity of how these plans are layered in relation to one another and our legal obligation to uphold what we had previously approved. So there is some wiggle room here, but I think there is a complexity that might be missing here of how these approvals are binding and vest rights for certain folks, especially if it stands to be in a large way disruptive towards the future development. So,
Which is, I appreciate it, Mr. Harrington, which is why I made the point that based on any reasonable objective criteria, this will eventually get the approval that they need to move forward. They have met our standards. We do have a motion on the floor to acknowledge that was moved by Gearboss, seconded by Dillon. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Then quick question for staff. What's a reasonable turnaround? Obviously, we want to move expeditiously, but we also want to be thorough. So is it 2 weeks? Is it a month?
To review once they submit to us?
Yeah, or
That's the point. It would be what they came back in terms of.
you want to comment to that, Joe?
Sure. I will defer to my engineer. I'm assuming probably within 2 weeks. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I'd say without knowing kind of the scope of the feasibility review, as Engineer Humphris has already alluded to, she was probably forwarded an email that I sent to Mr. Harrington that kind of took a look at some of these challenges and kind of enumerated all of those different things. So there's already been some level of feasibility review performed with it. So how much we go beyond that, I don't particularly know.
Okay.
So, I mean, from our standpoint, I think it's going to be a pretty quick turnaround.
So pretty quick, you think you get staff something by the end of this week?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then, my recommendation is let's postpone to try and show some deference to the petitioner here. Let's postpone to a date certain being our next meeting, assuming you can get materials to us by the end of the week, so that staff have an opportunity to review it and turn it around by the time packets go out the midpoint of the following week. And if for whatever reason you get tied up or you don't get us the information in time, we could postpone then to the subsequent meeting in June. But you would be on deck for consideration and approval in 2 weeks. Does that seem reasonable?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Gilbo, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to date certain, but I need to make sure that our engineer has the time in order to do this. We have the new road going into Clark Street. I understand that's been moved up. There's a number of projects on your plate that 2 weeks may not be feasible.
Well, I appreciate that, Dean. I was thinking that myself because that gave just a few day turnaround, but I'm actually planning to enlist OHM's help in this. So I've got a note, I'm writing a note to myself to reach out to OHM. I'm going to see how quickly they can turn something around. But typically, our required review time is 2 weeks, is what we're putting into our schedule. So if that's the case, it would be closer to the June meeting before we had a response back.
And again, once a body postponed to a date certain, there's nothing that prevents them from postponing again. Planning Commission has done that on not numerous occasions, because that's not a best practice, but when appropriate, it has been done.
I'll move to postpone to date certain of the first meeting in June.
Which would be, you want to do the first meeting in June, not the next meeting in May?
Yes, first meeting in June. I want to give plenty of time.
Okay, so that is an appropriate motion, motion to postpone to a date certain, which would be June the 5th, 2023. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Del Orco. All those is there any discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. So the motion carries 6-1. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We move now to discussion items. First up is Commission, Committee, and Task Force reports from council members. Let's begin with Council Member Rice to my left.
Sorry, I haven't opened my document yet.
Take your time.
Historic District, we are going to be at the May 20th Farmers Market. We are going to have a display set up to not only talk about the Historic District, but the value of refurbishing wood windows. So one of our colleagues will have a table set up. We still have 2 openings on the Historic District Commission. The Assistant City Manager sent out some flyers to residents in the city. So hopefully we will hear back from a few folks, and we still have some personal outreach happening as well. We are working on getting some historic district signs to be added to street signs, so that is something that's in the works, and that will be very exciting once that is completed. Parks Commission, we finally have a full group, which is fantastic. We also have received 2 tech ball tables that were donated by the Tech Ball Company. Tech ball is that new sport, you may have seen it on TV, where it's kind of like ping pong and beach volleyball and soccer got together and created a sport. So it'll be really interesting. They're going to put those up towards the rec center on some sort of like a turf type substance, I think is what they were looking at. It's got to be on a nice flat surface in order to play the game appropriately. We recently did a cleanup with the Saline Area Youth Commission, as well as the Saline Environmental Commission in Curtis Park. I unfortunately was not able to attend, but it was a cold, rainy spring day, perfect for cleaning up the park. We also are going to start accepting Green Thumb nominations within the next couple of weeks. You'll see a notice coming out from Parks and Rec regarding that. Green Thumb nominations are in support of the beautification of the Saline area. Those who have a green thumb, who have beautiful gardens, you can nominate your neighbor or friend. There was a recent Arbor Day tree planting that you may have seen on social media that the mayor and a couple of council members were able to attend in Brecken Park. Thank you to DPW for planting that tree for us. One last thing of note that's not as positive, so I'm sorry that I'm ending on this note. There's a lot of ruckus happening in Curtis Park, in the back of Curtis Park. So we are working with the police department to, one of the residents is potentially going to be surveilling the area, someone who lives and can see that back area. But word to the wise, no more donuts in the back area of Curtis Park, no more messing around in the back area of Curtis Park, because the Saline Police Department is going to be monitoring that very closely. Maybe I can end on a better note. We are going to apply for an annual school and community habitat grant. We're going to work with DPW to identify a really good area in the city to create a rain garden, and hopefully we will get that grant and be able to install something.
Very good.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Very informative. Councilmember Delorco, any commission, committee, or task force reports?
Yeah, thank you. The Code Review Committee did meet. We spent all of our time on one issue, which was the Saline sign code. There was a huge ordinance review on our sign code, which subsequently went to Planning Commission. I believe you guys talked about that last week, didn't you?
Yep. Talk about that.
So I'll let Dean talk about that. And then the Environmental Commission, we held a separate meeting with myself, Mayor Marl, City Manager O'Toole, Environmental Commission Co-Chair Bruce Westlake, DPW Director Larry Searles, Community Development Director Ben Harrington, on sort of the strategy around EV charging stations, where to place them, how to find the money to pay for them, with a lot of federal grants floating around out there right now, and state-level grants as well. So we agreed that we're going to have a formal presentation put together that will come before council at a very near meeting.
I believe we're shooting for the first meeting in June.
Okay, there you go.
June 5th. Thank you. Mr. Gearbani, commission, committee, or task force reports?
As Mr. DeLacroix had mentioned, we are reviewing the ordinance related to sign revisions and so forth. A number of recommendations from the code review are being reconsidered by the planning. There are a number of answers or questions that need answers, and Mr. Harrington will be taking that back, and he'll probably be coming back to planning at our next meeting again? Or
Signs were postponed to the June 1st. Bison Ridge was postponed. Sorry, it's not going to be called Bison Ridge anymore, but that was postponed to the second meeting in May. So we might have the first meeting in May off, which would be fantastic.
That'd be good.
There's no bison.
Yep. The other one is, the 207 Monroe project is preliminarily called Bison Ridge, and had a recommendation of myself and basically myself, suggesting that because it is a historical section of our city and it backs up to HDC, that a more reflective naming of the development.
Well, actually, Mr. Very called me on a separate issue, and he will make that change. Okay. Yep.
To make
Like
it,
the suggestion.
yeah, to basically name it after maybe either the Peoples or Annans in that area or whatever things that we have. But that also was postponed because there were a number of other things that need to be addressed on it in terms of sidewalks and other aspects that we think this will be moving forward in it. And so far, it looks like it'll be a good development. And with that, that's all I have.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Dillon, Commission, Committee, or Task Force reports.
Well, the fire board has not met. We've talked about this body meeting to discuss that prior to its next meeting. The Zoning Board of Appeals has not received any action items, so it has not met. And I don't think there's any other ones. Our other committee, we've got our survey
Yeah, the
going.
survey's out, so just reminding everyone, your next committee and commission meetings, make sure you're handing out those survey cards, get different
QX
committee and
code,
commission members to
QX
participate.
codes. QR, I don't know.
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
I'm bad at acronyms. Forget, was it Tesha who didn't remember an acronym earlier today? What,
I couldn't,
PASER?
it stands, and I kept trying to do an A to an E. Yeah,
Well, no, I mentioned that because I use acronyms, and people always ask me, what does the acronym stand for? And I say, I have,
Yeah,
hell if I know.
exactly.
Yeah, terrible with acronyms. Mr. CO, any Commission, Committee, or Task Force reports?
Yes, Your Honor, the cemetery board met last Thursday at 3 p.m. They'll be coming to council with a recommendation to open about 50 new grave sites with an appropriate adjustment in the price for the grave sites. This will help defray some of the improvements we're trying to make with the supporting walls down there. So you can expect to see that at probably the next council meeting. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner Sulek, any Commission, Committee, or Task Force reports?
Yes, the Saline Youth Council, true story, was at the Earth Day cleanup at Curtis Park. It really wasn't that dirty, but there was a lot of trees down on that trail. So I think there were 3 chainsaws going and got a good workout and a pretty good showing. Everybody had a good time. Only got a little bit wet. And then the Saline Salutes was last Wednesday, as Ms. Dillon and the mayor were at as well. And we celebrated the Saline Youth of the Year, Sophie Bowman, but also the Volunteer of the Year, Kimberly Bryant, Visionary, Lisa Rentschler, First Responder, our own Andy Hartwig, and Lifetime to Paul Heineck. A good time was had by all, and I recommend anybody to go next year. It is a good time.
It was a very nice event. It was a great group of people that were honored. I know that the Youth of the Year was so moved that you attended, Mr. Kamara-Sulak. And I thought the quote of the evening was from our friend, Mr. Heineck, who talked about the importance of volunteering. And if you recall, when he concluded his remarks, he said that the Ark was built by volunteers and the Titanic was built by experts. I love that.
I do too.
Oh, that's pretty good.
If you have nothing further, Councilmember Rice, any reports or other announcements?
No reports or announcements. I do have one quick question that I think will benefit all of my colleagues that I should have probably asked pre this meeting. You had asked us, Mr. Mayor, to get goals from each of our commissions. How would you like those to be submitted? Should we submit them to all council and the city manager?
Or you can just submit them direct. Yeah, I think that's best. Why don't you CC city council and then include them with the city manager?
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Del Orco, any reports or announcements?
I want to remind everyone to vote tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Yep, thank you. Yep. Only one issue on the ballot. It's the renewal for Saline area schools. And there's information about the precincts on the city's Facebook page and I think the website, noting that, of course, they changed last year. Mr. Gerba, I know you wanted to mention Clark Street, but you may have others as well.
Yeah, just a couple things. The wrap-up for the master plan survey will be May 8th, so if you have an opportunity, we would appreciate you provide input. You can find the connection on our city website under art planning. Where is it, Ben? The link?
The city has posted it on its Facebook page.
On its Facebook page, it's not on the website?
It is not on the website. I can have PR Generalist Massey add it to the website.
I always put it on the homepage of the website for 1 week, and we're talking about 7 days, but I think it's timely and important.
We've had some good responses, but it'd be appropriate to have additional. I did want to either give Tesha a chance or City Manager O'Toole to discuss the information we received today about the construction project on Clark Street, that we'll be able to do that quite quickly.
Yeah, actually, we're moving up the timeline on Clark Street, so there's going to be a town hall here, May 4th at 6 PM to talk about it.
From 4 to 6.
From
Open house.
Open house from 4 to 6. Okay, so residents can drop in at any time. We also sent out a mailer to about 260 residents impacted in that area, and we're going to be beginning the week of May 18th.
Or actually a week from today, May 8th.
May 8th.
May 8th.
Is the start date?
Is the start date for construction. And so all of the residents along Clark, there's 3 or 4, well, depending on how you're counting them, multifamily, and then a couple of dead-end residential streets. Park Place is one of the dead ends, I guess, technically Spring comes out here. But so the residents along Spring, Park Place, all of the residents along Clark, the post office were notified, and the open house is being held this week. The good thing about Clark is it is a road construction project, and it will be open to local traffic for the duration of the project, as opposed to the East Belt project, which we're talking about on Maple, which is a deeper sanitary sewer project that requires a full closure of the road for multiple days. The full closure of this will be for very small periods of time for, a dump truck needs access or a curb is curing type thing.
Very good. City Manager O'Toole, I know this body and staff have talked about doing more communication, more robust, proactive communication on infrastructure projects. I was out of the office, but on Friday there was a text message exchange between Ms. Massey and Director Sherrills about doing a little photo op on Clark Street when the project officially begins, I guess, next week. Can you make sure that she follows up with all of council to invite them to that? I don't know exactly what that will entail, but at a minimum, I want to include them in the photo if they have time to attend. Mr. Gearby?
And lastly, I want to invite everybody out to the Rentschler Farm this Saturday. We will be reopening at May 6th from 11 to 3. Unfortunately, we don't have the sheep yet. There are a few chickens about it, but come on out and see what's going on. We did fortunately get the new roof on the barn this week, so we're very proud of that and hoping that barn will last at least another 50 years because of that. And with that also, our depot is normally open from 11 to 3 on every Saturday, so please come on out and enjoy the museum.
Very good. Councilmember Dillon, any reports or announcements?
Just a couple quick comments. First, with the Clark Street project, have the schools been notified?
Yes.
Fantastic. I just asked because usually that'll come right through, so I appreciate that. The other one I wanted to just comment on Ms. Rice's comment about Curtis Park. That's been an ongoing issue since I was on Parks Commission, and I have been asking year after year to allocate dollars in our budget to put gates at our park, easy access gates that are just drop down or swing arm gates that don't necessarily lock, so that we can just have a physical barrier so that people are not entering those parks at night. The other option too is cameras. I was just in a community that that is right outside of the city, that neighborhood has its own security cameras that are set with solar panels. And that's something I think that we really need to be looking at in our parks and understanding that of who's in these parks in the evenings. It's an ongoing issue at Mill Pond Park. I can see that parking lot from my house. And at all hours, there are headlights down there, long since after the park should be closed. So I think that's something that we should be looking into. The other comment I want to make is that there were several comments on social media in the last week about odors within the community. I got to be honest, I think at this point, this is a not us thing. We accept full responsibility when it is coming from the city plant. I think at this time, this is more of an agricultural issue. There are odors that are coming that generally would not be in areas that would be affected by our plant. So just understanding that it is just springtime in Michigan and fields are getting ready to be planted.
Thank you, Mr. Seo. Any reports or announcements?
There'll be a German dinner next week, May 19th, or is it next?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, thank you. May 19th, at the American Legion. The dinner starts at 6 p.m. It's going to be a typical German dinner. It's going to have pork loin, kielbasa, sauerkraut, et cetera, and it's going to be an opportunity for those that are going on the trip to Germany to ask questions and to get answers about what to expect and what would be expected of them as they make the trip. But anybody is welcome to come that's interested at all in the Saline-Lindenberg sister city relationship.
Very good. Mr. Kamir Sulek, any reports or announcements?
Nothing at this time.
City Manager O'Toole, do you want to briefly comment on the outcome report from the City of Saline, Saline Main Street Working Group? I don't want to go into too much depth. Maybe we can discuss this at a future meeting.
Well, there'll be an opportunity to discuss this in more detail at a future meeting because it will now become, especially the objectives that are specific to Main Street, will become reference in the contract that we execute with Main Street moving forward.
Okay.
So really what you see here is the result of 4 separate meetings where we did deep dives on community development, economic development, and finance. These outcomes described activities that both the city will engage in, Main Street will engage in, and we will engage in collaboratively. And those are really intended to be the activities that we focus most on in FY24 moving forward, and as I mentioned, inform the contract process.
Very good. I don't want to get into Q&A tonight because, again, we will have ample opportunity to discuss this in the future, and this is the first time you're seeing the document as a courtesy because she was patient and she's been with us at the work meeting and the regular meeting, and because she served on the work group, we do have our managing director of Saline Main Street with us. Mary, is there anything you'd like to add at this time?
Not at this time. I think it would be helpful, I guess, at the next council meeting when we review the report and the contract to let us do a little
Presentation.
presentation.
Yep, we would welcome that. Please make sure to include or extend an invitation to Rebecca Schneider and to the proprietor of Rock, Paper, Scissors, who also served as the representatives from Main Street on this working group.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Jill was also.
Jill was two as well, excuse me. So 4 from Saline Main Street, and then Councilmember Rice, of course, Mr. Gearbaugh, and City Manager O'Toole. Very good. If there's nothing further to be brought up under the discussion portion of the agenda, we come now to the second public comment period. Under the Open Meetings Act, any citizen may come forward at this time, make comment to City Council. This public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. Are there any citizen comments? You're welcome to discuss or talk about anything that's on your mind. I would defer to the city clerk. Did we receive any written communiques in advance of tonight's meeting in which the individual wanted their comments read at this time? Easy enough. Then please note our upcoming meetings on May the 15th and June the 5th. And at this time, the chair would entertain a motion to convene into closed session to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute, in particular for the purposes of conducting an annual personnel evaluation of the city manager who requested the closed session. The city council will reconvene into regular session at the conclusion of our closed session. Is there a motion to convene into closed session at 9:11? Moved by Gearbaugh. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dillon. The clerk will please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Councilmember Kraus is no longer on City Council, but I'm sure Councilmember Rice would enjoy voting on this matter.
I would appreciate that, yes. Yes.
Yes, we are convened into closed session then at 9:12. Regular session at 10:06.
So moved.
Moved by Gearboss, seconded by Kamara Sulak. The clerk will please call the roll, noting that Kraus needs to be replaced with Rice.
Wow.
Yes.
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 Yes, we are reconvened into regular session. Two very brief comments before we adjourn. We just conducted the annual evaluation of our city manager, Colleen O'Toole. It was a thoughtful and robust discussion in which each council member provided feedback, and then the city manager summarized and provided her thoughts as well. We are very pleased with her performance thus far, and we encourage her to continue doing the great work that she and her staff have done to make Saline an even more vibrant and successful community than it was when her tenure began in December of 2020. Is that correct? Can't believe it's been that long already. So congrats on the job well done, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. I did want to acknowledge before we adjourn, because I was just messaged by one of our committee chairs, that the Washtenaw County, specifically County Commissioner Shannon Beeman, the county prosecutor, the county administrator's office, and then Derek Jackson from the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office are hosting here in council chambers a racial equity social justice town hall on May the 9th. That's next Tuesday from 6 to 7. We encourage council members to attend, and any member of the public who is interested, they should attend as well. I think it will be the topics are timely and important, so if your schedules permit, I hope you'll swing by. Again, that's next week, next Tuesday from 6 to 7 here in council chambers. With that, unless there's anything further, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn this regular meeting at 10:08 p.m. Moved by Gearboss. Is there a second? Second. Seconded again by Kamara Sulak. All those in favor of adjourning at 10:08 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.